Back now. Did
All right, peace and love, peace and love. Thank you, everyone, for checking us out today. I just want to go through and let everybody introduce themselves before I get into the questions. Today, we're going to be discussing women's rights and privileges. I just want to put out a disclaimer that none of the things that I say are the views or are the views of the guests in the panel. Their views are theirs and mine are mine. And sometimes mine is not the views of Law Library and audiobooks and discussions. So let's start first with CKQ.
Oh, I'm introducing myself now?
Yes.
Oh, hi. My name's Clements. I'm the host of the CKQ podcast show on YouTube. I go live every week, switching to Tuesdays at 8:30 p.m. Eastern. And what I typically do there is I talk about men and women and how that we play into each other into bigger society. I could have said that better, but that's the best I got right now.
All right, Chris.
Hello, my name is Chris. I have a YouTube channel called The Blooming Ebony, and you can find me on YouTube at The Blooming Ebony. I talk about femininity, accountability, and all stuff growth and blooming.
And E Black.
Yo, it's your boy E Black of E Black TV. I'm just getting used to it. I'm changing my schedule. I'm changing my content. I'm doing a lot of things, but I appreciate the invite from Mr. I digress. And I'm looking forward to us enjoying a conversation.
And my lovely wife.
Hey, I'm Miss Helpmeet. I go up by @Miss Helpmeet on Instagram and on YouTube. I talk about femininity as well and politics, marriage, relationships, a whole bunch of things. So
awesome. All right, so let's get right into the questions.
Let's go.
All right, if some of the guys come in, we may reiterate or double tap on some of the questions, not all of them, due to some of the guests being late. So, first question, whoever wants to start it off can. Do women of today have more rights than men? Let's just give our brief views, and then we'll have a discussion afterwards. You know what, E Black.
I mean, statistically, if you just talk about just sexual abuse, I think women have more body parts that are considered sexually advantageous to touch. So I think just on that simple fact that there are going to be more laws geared towards women. I think when you ask, do they have more rights? I would almost say that they have more leniency in the eyes of the courts, or they're being treated as a different entity under the blind law. So it's a very fine line on whether they have more, but I think when you look at practices of the courts and the judges and the treatments of men, you can see that women definitely have more protected rights.
CKQ?
Okay. It's a tough one to go after. No, I think we have equal rights. Honestly, do I think they have more? If so, it's not really anything substantial, I think. Yeah, I don't. That's where I stand on this right now. Currently, I don't really think women are that far ahead of men. I think that men don't really step up to where they should to try to get their own a lot, whereas women are more willing to step up and take what they want. So I don't think women have more. I just think they're willing to step up a lot more than men do. That's my stance.
All right.
I kind of agree with you, CKQ, but also I think that women, the law is a bit more favorable to us. We can feel more confident going into divorce court, going into custody court, going into child support, alimony. We don't really feel stress as much as men do because it's kind of, more benefit for the state in a way to go on our side, if that makes sense, financially.
Chris, you can go next, or I can go next.
Up to you. Well, I'll save you for last. Give your wrap it all up.
There you go.
Save the best for last. So, I think they're also equal rights. I agree with CKQ. I think we have equal rights. I think the issue is that women bear less responsibility. They assume less responsibility for those rights. One example is freedom of speech. Our freedoms in general in America. Men typically go to war to fight for those freedoms, and women get to, exercise them freely without as much sacrifice. Women are joining the army and the military more often now, but this wasn't always the case, and they're still not joining at the same rate as men. And we also see this with divorce. We both have the right to divorce. However, women assume much less financial and emotional responsibility, emotional strain after these events occur. And so you definitely have equal rights, and they fought extremely hard for these equal rights, including the right to vote, and so many other rights. But when it comes to the responsibility, that is where the imbalance exists.
And I definitely agree with everyone. I think I think that there are equal rights between men and women, but I also think that women have added benefits and privileges without some of the responsibilities and accountabilities that a man would have to have. And I think that the notion that a man should have to step up out of where he's already a man and has this leadership role. If he has to step up to another level, I think that it takes away from him being a man. Now he has to be this superhero or this image that they try to portray that the woman is, this superwoman, this independent woman, this woman that's all the way up here and leaving poor little man down
Can I push
here.
back on that a little bit?
Yeah.
Okay, so the way I'm looking at it is, if a man is stepping up into a leadership position, he's not going to need to step up more. Naturally, if he is stepping up to take charge, take lead, things are going to follow in his favor. Leaders are going to make things happen for them. They're not going to say, oh, I'm a leader. Oh, but now there's all of a sudden this new standard. Okay, I'm going to start following this new standard. No, they're leaders. They're going to lead their own path. If there's crazy standards, they're not going to go that way. They'll chart a new path to get. They're leading their own path. They're not waiting for other people. They're not waiting for society to choose that for them. So that's where I kind of differ on that idea a little bit. Leaders lead.
I definitely agree.
This is really good to see CKQ not moderate.
It is weird. It's weird to be on this side. I'm not gonna lie to you.
I'm really looking at. I'm like, oh yeah, I forgot CKQ can talk.
Definitely. Does anybody else have anything to throw in there?
Well, I think more specifically, like I said, I think women have different body parts, so I think there are different rights regarding that. So when you talk about abortion rights to choose, that could be one up on a man. So I think there are certain things like if I was to touch a man's chest, I don't get a sexual assault charge. But if I was to touch a woman's chest, I were to get a sexual assault charge. So that's an extra right.
Well, like that's not necessarily true. Sexual battery is where you come in. Or sexual assault and battery is synonymous. But if you touch a man's chest and he feels like it was sexual, he can file charges against you. And it just so happened that because since I'm in school right now to be a paralegal, that this week was the week for us for sexual charges, and I found that out. So yes, any unwanted touching that a person could take as sexual, you can get hit with it from another man, from another woman, or even a man to child. Or like if somebody feels like, hey, that's sexual, you can get hit with it. But like as far as like on the sexual part of it, I'm thinking like if all it takes really is for a woman to say, this man did this to me, and you going to jail for a long time without them even questioning it until your trial. And then mostly their stories are going to be believable. So I think like instances like that, and where it's just automatic, like it depends on a person's beliefs, but I think like say like alimony wasn't always a thing. It was like marriages before was it was automatic prenup. Once you divorce, you don't get anything. And that's the reason why divorce wasn't so prevalent back in the days. Because the woman knew, hey, if I get out of here, I'm on my own, or I gotta go back to mom and pop's house. But now, since like alimony and all these other clauses are added in there, a woman can say, I cheated on you, but I'm leaving you and I'm taking half. So,
even if they didn't help build any of it.
Mm-hmm. Even if they didn't help build it. You can have an empire, you can get married, within a week you can get divorced, and then you get everything taken away.
I think it's 10 years though.
Well, that's
in some places.
It depends on the jurisdiction. I know when I was in the Army and I got divorced, they said, okay, are you at the 10-year mark? Okay, no, you're not getting alimony. Wow. Yeah, that part. So let's go on to the next question. Is there a role reversal that is taught by society? And is it something that should be fought against or combated? You know what? I'll start first.
Lead the charge. All
right. So with this question, what I meant by like role reversal, because I see like what's definitely taught to the woman now is be independent, be that leader in the household, be powerful. Whether her husband is there or not, you have to be the backbone. You have to be either the leader or you have to be the leader in the shadows. So like, but men, which in most situations nowadays is single mothers. So you have the women trying to teach these boys how to be men, and they're not teaching them properly. So the men that's coming up are not getting the proper qualities that a man should be getting. They're not getting taught these proper leadership roles, but the women are by society, and then the women teaching the sons. But I digress. Go ahead. Whoever wants to.
I don't. All right. So
yeah,
I might have to push back a little bit. All right. It's not so much pushing back, but quick little segue. All right. I'm gonna go into a little story. So I just finished my bike ride. It was a late night bike ride. Just finished. Put my bike in the garage. I'm walking and I see this older woman. She looks like in her mid 50s, 60s. Start chatting with her, and long story short, found out that she was recently divorced, or not recently divorced, but divorced a long time ago. She had 2 daughters. She's never remarried. She was saying how proud she is of her daughters. She raised her daughters to be like very strong women. And I asked her, like, hey, listen, this might sound a little controversial, but did you ever raise them to work with a man? And she said, I mean, yeah, they know how to cook. They know how to, they know how to like work and make money for themselves. But I want them to be sufficient just so that in case a man, what did she say? I want them to be sufficient so that they wouldn't have to need that man. It was something along the lines of needing a man there. You wouldn't have to need that man there. And I sometimes don't think that it's so much society, but it's a lot more of a self-defense. If it's a lot more of a self-defense, because if you are left by a man, as a woman, if a woman is left by a man and she's hurt by that, she's going to want to protect herself. And she's going to see her daughters, her precious daughters, and not going to want them to ever have to go through something like that.
Yeah, and I can definitely agree and see where you're coming from. And like I guess like in the 30s to the 50s, that's what a real big problem came from, that mindset of what if you don't have a man, because we was going through a lot of major wars. And also that was a time of welfare and child support and family court really booming in that area. So like the mindset of, hey, let's just set this up in the case that you don't have a man. And it was being pushed at that time for that reason, just in case. So, but if we pushed, hey, if you don't have a man, then you stay home and you build so that you can have a proper future, and then you get out. Once you have a job, you have all the different things, the different amenities that you need. Now you can go get your own place. But they didn't see it as.
So in reality, all right, I'm gonna keep pushing back a little bit because I like
It's
this.
okay.
This
I'm
is a
living in
fun
a fake
role.
world. It's all
All right,
right.
you're gonna digress.
I am so intrigued right now. You guys just do not understand.
What?
I've been watching him.
Hold on,
so long.
I
CKQ. Before you,
understand.
All right,
I understand you,
yeah.
Black.
CKQ, before you continue though,
Yeah.
let us let them go. If you can still remember it, write it down.
Go for it. I'll find something. Hey, Madison.
Hey, Madison.
Well, sorry, I got the time difference wrong, and I was just working, and I'm so sorry.
Completely fine. If we can, guys, if we can let Maddie introduce herself and tell us about her different places where she is attached to.
All right, thanks. So my name's Madison, and I have a YouTube that is exactly the name on my screen, Madison Diane, and I like to talk about these sorts of topics and gain more understanding. And I think that's a good part of conversation. Even if you're wrong, you can kind of learn how to construct the way that you speak and, have conversation. And I think that's important. So I'm excited to be here tonight. And again, I apologize for being late.
It's completely fine. It's completely fine. I was complaining in my mind, but not out loud.
He was complaining backstage.
I was. All right. So who, Chris or E Black, either one of you want to go ahead?
Ladies first.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks. To add on to what you guys are saying really fast, one thing that's different about today in the 50s is I feel as though they were preparing for the man to not be in the home, and it was more seen as he's doing something honorable. So there's a chance that while he's out fighting and protecting his family, something could happen because they were aware of the risk that he was taking. Now, when it comes to making our daughters self-sufficient, it's not because we're seeing it as, well, something could happen to this honorable man whose job and responsibility is to protect you. We think men, it's kind of instilling in our daughters that men are unreliable. And so when we enter into a relationship, we immediately look for worst case scenario. And then we wonder why our relationships don't work. That bad faith is plaguing so many generations. But to go back to the role reversal, I definitely think this is taught by society, especially right now, raising women to be men and men to be women, trying to make it seem like it's seamless to push them onto these sides and kind of switch their natural roles. And what's so interesting is that they've done this in a few other countries. I know one for sure where they tried to make men and women more the same, and they end up just becoming more different. Like they end up going into the things that they actually wanted to do, which women, they end up dealing more with people, more nurturing, and then men did the things that men do, dealing with things, building stuff, fixing stuff, the general STEM jobs that men are attracted to. So I think this is something that it either needs to be combated, or if it continues to be pushed, this role reversal continues to be pushed, all we're going to do is fight it naturally, because you can't force us to do things that we naturally do not want to do. So I think it's either we combat it, which I think we should, which is what we're doing in this conversation, which is great, or what would happen is biology will eventually take over.
I guess that was a good point, Chris. I'm like always. I would just say, I think as society is advancing with technology and security and other things, I think the need of natural gender roles become less obvious. There was a time in which, you'd stay on an old country road and you'd need a man within 25 miles, for, house duties, and not house duties, but farming and these security, and you would need men around just for the sake of their strength and us. Now we don't necessarily have the same needs. Most of the stuff that we need can be purchased, which causes for the lack of the respect for the role in a man's life, or the man in that woman's life. In terms of the woman, I think because of the access, because back in the days, I mean, even 80s, shoot, you would have to go outside and go through this exorbitant experience to just find women who are available. Now you can find women out the right here, so the role of what a woman brings to the table is now becoming less, and we have fast food, so we don't need you to necessarily cook. We're now having disposable income, which means we can pay people to clean up and to do the things. So I think in terms of, I don't think it's reverse, but I think the line has gotten so thin based on technology and advancement of society.
So are you saying that men now are more disposable?
I would say that the value of a man is less. A lot of people
hear often, though.
All right, so you said we don't have the same needs and everything can be purchased. Is that on both sides?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would say it's not as clear as black. It's not apples to apples, but I would say that the value of having a good woman is less now, and then that the value of having a good man is less now. So that's
a lot of people don't even have experience of what a good man or a good woman is, because you hear men talk about women as if, oh, I can get a maid, I can get a cook. What else can you do for me?
Yeah.
Just like Kevin Salmon said, some of these men don't seem like they've ever had a woman rub their head and tell them everything's going to be okay. Because it's a big component of emotional and different connections that, come from marriage and relationships. It's not just, can you cook for me? Can you clean for me? And it's not just, can you build for me? Can you protect me? It's a whole bunch that goes into, this dynamic.
And it goes back to what I said, is that, basically a man now, if he just wants a woman there for his basic natural sexual needs, he can easily go online and find one. It took away the fact that you actually had to pursue, and the art and the craftiness of getting to know each other and creating relationships and building societal things and competing with other men. That's another thing that happened. You no longer have to compete. We all we have to do is like, literally, if you wanted to get a girl, you just send 100 DMs and at least 5 of them would come back to you. That's not competition.
I have to disagree with that.
No, I'm telling you. It's
competition for good women and good men. It's not competition for trash. Trash has always been readily available. If you want a woman to sleep with you, they're everywhere. If you want a man to sleep with you, it's everywhere.
You don't think those good men and good women would get burned out, though?
Yeah, they get through the process of
weeding out through all the trash.
Yeah, well, that's the issue. Why are you going through the trash if you're such a good man or woman?
That's a good point. But even good men and women still have to search somewhere, right?
Well, you have to learn. You can't just keep going back into the dumpster.
Well, and with that analogy, if I may, that's just like any of us. If we get hungry, do we go to our trash can to go eat, to go search for food?
No, but a lot of us go to McDonald's, which is the next best thing.
I have to say, literally, I do not. McDonald's.
You choosing the best of your options. So if that's what you McDonald's is what you attract, that's what you want. Yeah, that's what you are.
That's actually good.
No better than McDonald's.
The best of your options.
So yeah,
but there was a time in which men like the dating process was about you had to go outside and pursue. That comes with getting dressed. That comes with a whole lot of things. You don't have to do that. So now that you don't have to do that, your values change.
And I definitely agree with that. It was sort of a mating ritual that everybody had to do back in the day. And now it is within your hand. You can just press a few buttons to a person who might think you look good. And there you go. A relationship started.
But there's still a mating ritual. Even with how people, like with the whole thing, men and women, a woman wants a man who makes a certain amount of money or looks a certain way. A man wants a woman that looks a certain way. You know, there's still that dance there. It's just technology is a new advancement for us. So it's a different look. It's still there though. The men who want a good woman, often they can't find them, but some of them can find someone to sleep with. But the majority of them, from what I'm hearing from men, is they can't even find really good women to sleep with. Some of them aren't really as active as we think. But I could be wrong. I'm not a man. I don't know how hard it is for y'all, but it doesn't seem like it's that easy.
I mean, I don't know. I think it's like no. Right?
Be honest.
Wow.
It's not like terribly awful. I just don't think men put as like men have been declawed. Men have like we're not used to hunting anymore, so we're not used to using our claws anymore. We're not used to having to hide in the bushes or anything like that. Yeah, like it's hard now for men because men don't like you're saying, they don't get up and they don't do the dance. Because it's now we have listen, both sides suffered because of the internet, except for women, they suffer later on. Whereas men, the suffering is happening right now in your face. Yeah, you can swipe right, swipe left, and they match with you, but if you don't know how to talk, if you've never actually spoken to enough women, that's not gonna mean shit. Okay, you got on the date, you got us the first date, good, but if you don't know how to present yourself well, that's not gonna mean shit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and it's like there's levels to it. There's levels to dating as a guy, and you have to keep doing it over and over and putting yourself out there over and over and failing, just keep getting better. But nowadays, men don't do that because we could sit there and swipe and someone will eventually just come by. Which also leads into why there are probably more overweight women. Just because now you have men that will sleep with just about anything because it's like, oh, I haven't gotten anyone to sleep with me. Oh, she looks good enough. Oh, she's actually available. Oh, she's down to come over. All right, screw it. Yeah, I'll do that. And now that woman gets an endorphin kick because it's like, oh my God, someone actually finds me attractive. So I don't need to change. I don't need to do anything.
So from what I'm hearing, is a lot more women are getting fat because of the internet?
Because of men.
Men standards lowered.
Oh, so since men standards are going lower, a lot of women, I guess, visual like value is going lower, or
they don't have to try as hard anymore.
They don't have to. Correct.
Yeah.
All right. So if we can, Maddie, I don't know if you heard the question. Were you here for the question?
I heard the question. I'm going to take a stab at the answer. The role reversal taught by society. So I think that the role reversal was almost like inevitable, given if you believe in like Christianity and you believe in God, because I feel like the utopia is men, are the lead in a sense, and then women are the followers, the helpmeet. And so that was like the utopia of the relationship. And then once the fall happened, it's like, okay, now Eve, you're going to want to rule over your husband, but that's not going to happen. And so then I think that's where the power struggle was originally introduced since Genesis. I feel like it was going to be inevitable that women would keep pushing, and eventually there would be this kind of chaotic version of what relationships are now. So I think that, it's definitely been something that has been pushed by women. There was a couple waves of feminism. Some were good, some were bad. But now we've just kind of crossed over the line into like women's rights. Okay, we need to be allowed to do certain things to just going deeper and deeper and deeper into like, okay, I don't even want you to open the door for me because it's offensive. And I don't even want you to do this because it's patronizing. I don't want you to do this. And I think it's crossed that line. So it was inevitable. I mean, after the fall, everything was kind of inevitable. It's going to become chaotic. And, you know, in that verse in Genesis, when God says, okay, Eve, you're going to want to rule over your husband, I think that's where the power struggle was introduced. And I think that power struggle is a reflection of like how role reversal was kind of bound to happen in today's society.
So with that being said, going, I guess, into biblical views, would you say that ever since the fall, woman is now man's natural adversary?
Ooh, I'm gonna need clarification on that question. I said ooh because I didn't understand.
Well, in the beginning, it wasn't necessarily a man rule over a woman or a woman rule over a man. It was more of a unity thing. But after the fall, when a woman, I guess, seduced man into taking the fruit, now there was an instance of you wanted to rule over the man, but the man is going to rule over you. And you said that in the end, it eventually had to happen that the woman ruled over the man. So if it seems like that ever since the fall, there was going to be a continual fight until the woman is over the man. So,
I'm sorry.
Oh no. So then I'll be faster. So is his ever since the fall, his natural adversary or enemy?
I think that can be a possibility. I mean, it's not black and white, but I do think that, like you said, at first it was more of an equal thing. I believe that the man was always, you know, since Adam was made first and the woman was already like said that she was going to be the helpmeet. I think there was already that, you know, kind of man is ahead and woman is kind of the helper, the behind, if you want to say it. I know people get offended by it, but I think that was already natural. And yeah, I do think since the fall, now there is that continual struggle between the man and the woman, if that answers the question.
Does anybody else have anything to put in there before we go to the next question?
But I think it should be about it.
I get where she's coming from, though. I think that a woman probably is really a good vessel to use against the men, but I don't think we're just naturally adversaries. I think we're naturally dope together, and we can be very chaotic bomb if, you know, misused or manipulated, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, I agree. I think that we see that in multiple stories. And again, I like to think of it as in a biblical perspective, because I think the Bible is such a like psychological view of how we are as humans. So there are multiple instances where you see, okay, women can be very helpful and very loving, or women could be very manipulative. I mean, Samson and Delilah, Adam and Eve, Abraham and Sarah, you see multiple situations where women can be that kind of manipulative person in the situation. But I do think God's intention was for it to be loving. And that's not to say that women can't be loving and they're only manipulative. You know, there's always that yin and yang aspect that, okay, maybe we can be more of this, but there's still can be a little bit of the other in that, you know?
Yes.
Question. So.
I know what that means.
No, it's just a general question. Genuine question. Adam took the apple from Eve, right? She proposed it to him, and he had a choice to make on whether he was going to follow his purpose or try to make her happy.
Right.
Yeah. So I think in the end of the day, if man is going to be chasing women to try to make them happy, that's always going to be the downfall of man. I think if he stuck to his purpose,
right,
like he was intended to do, and I think that's the for men, that should be the bigger lesson in that. It's your purpose is your number one goal.
right.
And if she's going to try to help you and aid in that, then that's a great thing. That doesn't mean, because if she's part of your purpose, she's gonna be under that umbrella of everything around me is gonna be good, it's gonna be positive, it's gonna be happy, it's gonna be, fruitful.
Yes, and even with the Adam and Eve situation, and I'm no one, I could say that, well, as the scripture says, we're led away by our own temptations. She presented it, but it was his own desires that led him towards that temptation. He could have slapped it out of her hand and said no.
Which you should have done. Exactly.
Yes, but he already wanted to do that, and I just see really his wife just. I digress. I don't want to get too deep into there. Does anybody else want to talk on this point? Or
You can't digress after that.
yeah, I know. I don't want to get preachy. And
Hold on. I think there was one point that I wanted to bring up earlier.
Yes.
But I just wrote down men are trash. So I don't know how. I don't know what I was supposed to go do with that. Hold on. Let me see if I can pull it back. I can pull it
yes,
back.
Please try to see if you can do better than men are trash.
So, all right. Oh, perfect. I got it. So the whole idea was that do women feel like they don't need men? Was that the question, I believe, posed to the panel, right?
The question,
no.
It was a role reversal.
Yeah.
And I think somebody did say that women at some point started feeling like they didn't need men.
Yeah.
I think it was black.
Yeah, but to that point, yeah, but realistically, why would a woman need a man if he's not going to be anything? Like, I understand that if he's not going to be anything more than what she already has, why does she need him?
I think that it's kind of like you need water to live.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, there could be other things to substitute it, but nothing's going to be as good as water, as healthy as water, sustainable as that.
Mm-hmm.
And there can be some polluted versions of that might not be beneficial to you, but you should always try to get that pure version that is beneficial for you. So I think that as much as women try to say they don't need men because of this, that, and the third, okay, we do need men for a lot of things, and a major one is to procreate. So I don't think that you can really you could do everything by yourself, and that you don't need a man, and that you could do everything for you.
They're trying to say they got incubators though now. They don't need it.
They say a lot of things.
They're just like what are we supposed to do? All be lesbians and gay? What is the solution?
I don't know. Like, I do understand that. Again, I'm a big component on I go after the men here. Okay, like I think we as it's also hard because it's been plagued by society, but we as men do have to start stepping up. Not just stepping up like financially. I would, if anything, financially is not what I mean by stepping up. I mean by mentally stepping up. Like, let's just take it to the courts, for instance. Child court cases. A lot of the times the women wins. And I actually watched a couple of videos or looked up a different different lawyers on this, and most of the time women win because men just say, listen, like, she's gonna win anyway, and they fall back. But a lot of times when they actually step up and fight, they end up winning.
I can agree, but only to an extent on that topic specifically. I'm the administrator over a group that pro se litigants, people who like to go into courtrooms for themselves, and almost all the people within this group are men, and I often see the men procrastinate. Men don't even know that they can actually go in there and fight for their rights.
Exactly.
Even I didn't know, but throughout the years, I could say within the past 6-7 years, I started actually fighting for my rights. I actually, my ex-wife was alienating my daughter from me, and I took her to court. And then the judge, although the judge started off on my ex-wife's side, and I'm like, well, what the hell is going on? Like, why are you, like, you're supposed to be an unbiased party? Why aren't you helping? And then she was like, well, which party are you? And I'm like, I'm the plaintiff. I'm the one that brought this suit. She was like, oh, well, what do you want? Well, what do you want to happen? I'm like, I want to see my daughter. My ex-wife was like, you're not. He was like, he is, and you'll go to jail if you don't let him. And I'm like, yes.
But you fought.
But yes, a lot of men, like, I've learned, and I've spoken to a lot of people, and they don't know that they can actually fight. Because, like, let's say for divorce, if a man wants to get a divorce, he has to pay a certain amount. But a woman, if she wants to get a divorce, she can get it for free. If a man want to take a woman to court for child support, he can, but it's almost a definite that the children are going to go with the mother. So a lot of men start off feeling defeated because of the woman. She usually takes the children with her, and if a man tries to fight, it's going to turn into domestic violence. It's going to turn into some other suit. So he can't try to take his children from her like she can. She can snatch the children out of his hand.
But that's why I say men need to mentally become like better. Like we are still very like, we're still very capped at a line, and we're just not. Women have stepped up into the job market, but women are much better socially than we are. So as well as they have more readily like resources for really anything that they need, far more than men, I would say. But men need to start stepping up and trying to claim those resources for themselves as well. Yeah, those resources are readily for the women, but men have to go and take. And if they're not willing to take, then they get everything that's coming towards them, unfortunately. That's just the way the world is. And I think if we can't coddle men. The world's not nice. And men have to fight wars. Men have to dig the ditches. Men have to do all the hard stuff. So we can't keep patting men on the back and saying they're there, it's okay. At some point, we have to say, suck it up, get up, go.
Yeah, I think that's the difference in the caliber of men nowadays too. Some blame it on single motherhood, which I think has a great impact on it, but it's also nutrition. It's also the environment, the culture, different things like that. And like E Black, I think his name is, was saying different times, men don't have to really go through that really harsh time in their life. Yeah, that struggle that makes them into that strong men, that warrior, that one that's fearless. Even a lot of our men are docile, are afraid, timid, been beaten down so much, seen so many examples of other men just losing that they even looked up to themselves, and they're just like, what's the point? So I agree, you can't coddle them. Have to be real. It's hard out here.
I mean, and it's not so much also of the coddling too. I mean, like my wife was saying, like it's the nutrition. Like we have so many things coming against. Like we know about estrogen and testosterone. I think that a lot of men are depleted of testosterone, whether it be from the water that they drink to the food that they eat. They don't exercise anymore because they're always having to work. They're not actually having to go out there to find a wife. They don't have to actually do anything. They only have to I don't want to say I digress, but it's a lot that they don't have to do that's changing, I guess I would say, their chemical makeup, and is making them more soft and running away from controversy.
Yeah.
I think it even starts before that, before adulthood. I was listening to a psychologist talk about hormones, and this starts when Miss Helpmeet was talking about single motherhood. When a young man has a young son has an unhappy mother, his natural instinct as a man is to solve her problem. So when she's unhappy, he wants to try and fix it. Okay, but you can't fix her. She's not going to allow that to happen. So he's constantly feeling defeated. Like he can't fix anything. Like his natural need to solve these issues is not being fulfilled. And so he never gains that confidence. Like what we're talking about here is just men having the confidence And unfortunately for men is that they learn that through trying and seeing someone else do it, which is why it's so important for men to have great examples of men in their lives so they can see what being skilled and talented looks like. So they can learn, okay, this is a path that I can go down, this is a path that I can do well in. Okay, men are creatures of habit. They keep doing it, they keep growing, which is why men become happier as they get older. Men reach their peak happiness between 40 and 70 years old because they're making more money, they have more access to resources. At that point, they can get the family they want. Their satisfaction with their family goes up by the time they're in their 60s. They get happier as they achieve more, but they need that example and they need to be taught how to build that confidence. You know, when it starts when you're 3 years old to 13 years old and you're being beat down because you feel like there's no room to grow, no matter what you do, you're going to fail. You're going to take that into your relationships and into the world. And then you have women who are saying you're unreliable. So I don't want you. You're not good enough. You make 40 grand. Well, I need somebody who makes 100 grand. Or I need someone who makes $1 million. But even those men, they're like, well, you may not be here, so I need my own $1 million because I'm just waiting for you to back out at some point.
I think can I just piggyback off of that real quick? Definitely agree 100% with what you're saying, and from the man's point of view, it is extremely tough to be a guy that's raised extremely docile. And then all of a sudden you learn, no, you have to be aggressive. And now it's kind of like where there's a right amount of a docile and aggression to get assertive. There's a right amount of it's an equal like balancing act to get assertive. Now, if you go from docile and not all of a sudden you have to be assertive, you're most likely going to shoot past it every single time into aggression. And that constant failure of you're going to keep hitting aggression, and not assertive, it is a tough thing to learn when you've never been shown, you've never been taught, you've never even knew that that's what you were supposed to do.
Exactly. Sorry, can I add a little bit more? I don't want to dominate the conversation. May I?
Go ahead.
That comes from that comes from not knowing what to do with your emotions. This comes from men having too much estrogen as children. You know, they're never taught. Like a mother teaches you, if you feel bad, you know, tell me what's wrong. Whereas a man with that son will say, okay, you feel bad. Let's go play basketball and then let's go fix it. Let's go put that energy into something productive. But instead what's happening is they unleash instead of trying to absorb and then put that energy into something positive that's going to add value. So I think what you said is exactly right.
And even more to that point, I think that men starting from childhood, they're not, well, even to Chris's point, like they're not taught the proper way of where was I? Dang it, I almost lost it.
Pull it together, man. You got it. I believe in you.
They're everything is being pushed down. All their hormones are starting to build up, and the mother sometimes, especially if she's a single mother, she'll cut him down. He'll try to be a leader, and she's like, "No, this is my house. I make the rules." Or he'll start wanting to go play. He'll want to start like his testosterone really, and he start fighting, climbing up things. And be like, no, get out of that. No, stop that. And like
you have to be careful.
Yeah, a woman will cancel out a lot of the things that a little boy starts to grow in. And so like that's why it's really important, like what Chris was saying, for a male to be there, because whenever you have a little boy that's running around, fighting, crawling, doing cartwheels, jumping on stuff, a man sometimes will jump up, body slam him, will come and wrestle with him, will go and run with him. But you don't find that type of thing happening with women. I mean, you do find playful women. My wife is playful, but like guys have a different, like they start, like whenever guys get together, like we start, like it's like a herd testosterone that starts happening. And like we start feeding off each other's testosterone, and it's almost encouraging.
Yeah.
Like we start getting all amped up off of each other. And that's the same thing that fathers are supposed to be giving down to their sons. But it can't be given from women. Even if a woman is a tomboy, she can only give so much testosterone because all she has is so much testosterone. But the father has more than enough, or should. But I digress. Go ahead. Anybody else?
I think especially in your with the situation you talked about, if the child looks just like his father, you know, you will see women definitely modifying the behavior of a child if they're coming from a single parent household. So
if it goes unchecked.
Yes.
It's a psychological thing. It's true. It's not like they're just being vindictive or not something, but if someone looks like someone to you that brings back certain memories, it's just natural reactions. But I can't understand it because I think that it's your child. Anything, all those emotions your child should trump those emotions. Like, you're not your father. But yeah, I forgot where I was going with that because I was trying to remember what Chris was saying, but
I'm sorry. I'll derail most conversations around here.
It's completely fine. All right, guys, let's go on to the next question. Did anybody have any closing remarks on that question or for what we were saying?
Hold on, I wrote it down.
Please don't be men are trash.
Men are trash.
How did I know?
You called it.
I like this version of CK. This guy is cool.
Oh, the other one ain't. Okay.
The bow tie one ain't cool. This guy's cool.
That's a host, man. I don't know that guy. That guy's weird. All right.
You know what? I think I agree. All right, guys. Is life harder for women today than it was 60 to 70 years ago?
Can I answer that first, please?
Go ahead, Eli.
Because I'm going to say yes. The reason why is because they have to work more. They have more responsibilities. They can't relax in their femininity. It's they're more or less with more responsibilities on the societal level. So yes, back in the day, 60, 70 years ago, a woman had very minimal role in the society other than the housely and the family unit. Now they have to be everything. So now I would say it's harder for a woman to be a woman today than it would be harder than the past. I see you, Miss Helpmate. I see.
No, I'm agreeing because it's like a war in my head. Like yes, no. For real women, for women who want to rest in femininity, it is harder. For the women who want this freedom to be sluts and do what they want, abort, kill their babies, have authority over men, all kinds of different things. To them, I don't know if it's hard, but the way feminists talk, I kind of think that it is hard for them. I think they're stressed out, they're bitter, and a whole bunch of negative things that women back in the day weren't. You know, and I agree with you for that reason.
What do the ladies think?
Yeah, Maddie.
I think I agree because it depends on the group of women, like either the group that want to be traditional or the group that want their excess amount of freedom and the excess amount of responsibility. And I do think that a lot of time feminists try to say like, oh, well, I love this and I love that, and da, da, da. But it's like when you look at the group as a whole and you look at the representation and the events and everything that's going on, you do see a lot of bitterness. You do see a lot of anger. And it's kind of like, if this is the result of what you're doing, then is it really comforting to you? Is it really a stress-free, great life for you? And so I do think that it definitely depends on the type of woman. But for those that had no problem understanding their role, I think that today is a lot harder.
All right. CKQ. Excuse me, CKQ.
Yeah. I guess it's gonna be weird, but we're all gonna agree, I guess. But yeah, I think I agree, but on a different note, kind of piggybacking also off of what E Black was saying, that yeah, working and all that stuff. But there is, just like for boys, there's also a lot of cultural programming that women go through. John. There's also a lot of cultural programming that women go through. So from a young age, you're indoctrinated into like you have to be working harder than a guy. You have to constantly be essentially competing with a man at every turn. So it's hard because once feminism became like a little bit more public, even back in the days, it already started destroying families. And those are like adult women. Those are adult functioning women. And it destroyed their homes. So now think about if you're targeting a little girl from the time she's little before she even thinks about boys, you're already telling her how to think as a strong, independent woman. Like, how can you fight against that? How can you fight against something that you have even like no idea that you were indoctrinated into?
Yeah, and
You know?
I can agree with that.
You just have to be. It's something has to awaken you because I've been there in the past.
You have to be like jolted out of it.
Yeah.
But usually most women don't see that until they lose all options and everything falls apart. Then that's when it's like that's the big jolt. But unfortunately, that's too late.
And that usually happens like around 40 and now they've been used and abused, and now they're less marketable. Their value has gone down, but now their eyes are open to where all the issues were. But they don't go to the younger women and say, "Hey, this is where I messed up at." Now their mindset is, "Oh, I'm in competition with this young woman. She wants the same thing as me." So I think, but also to a few of the other, I think E Black and somebody else said something. Whether it be the work more or the responsibilities, or it's harder for a woman, or even competing with men, this is something that women pushed for. This is what they wanted. This is where the women's rights, the equal pay with men, all these different things, they push for those things. They push for working outside of the house.
Ooh. Can I spin it?
The issues that came with it was the more stress, the more work. But they didn't think of it as that, because with the women's suffrage and the women's rights movement, they were just like, "Hey, why can't we have these things? We want these things." But then when they get them, now it's like,
we don't want
why we gotta have it? Like when I was in the army, like with the equal rights, they was definitely pushing it in the army. Equal opportunity and equal rights for women. But when it came to moving engines, when it came to sorting out these guns and these big heavy machinery, the women was nowhere to be found. We was even told, no, they don't have to do it because they're women. I'm like, but it's equal opportunity. And whenever I got into what the Army calls combatives, which is like jujitsu, I kept the mindset of equal opportunity and equal rights. And I was like, no.
Crank the armbar.
Yeah, and I would do all types of stuff like, "Oh, we are equal. I'm gonna treat you like a dude whenever we get on this ground. So you better not come to me." So like what my whole thing is with this question, which is, just in case John didn't catch it, we're on, is life harder for women today than the past 60 years? No, they got it easier, a lot easier. But it's only easier like if you didn't take that fruit from society saying, "Hey, yeah, go out there, try to be better than a man, try to be independent, try to be this well-educated person that don't need anybody." And then when you take it, now life is hard because you got all these responsibilities on yourself. Is a self-inflicted issue. But I digress. I know CKQ. Wait, before CKQ goes, make sure you take a good note, because let's let everybody go before you.
Yeah, it's enough. It's enough notes. But shout out to Stanley in the chat, by the way.
Yeah, shout out to Stanley. Thanks, bro. Peace and love.
He is the man, the myth, the legend. Stanley.
Mm-hmm. All right. Who hasn't gone?
Chris.
We haven't heard from Maddie in a while.
Maddie went.
Oh, she did.
Chris,
Yeah, Maddie
Chris,
went. Yeah.
I
Do
don't
you want
think
to
Chris
let
went.
John introduce himself first, or is it okay
Yes,
for
John, please go ahead.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Well, everybody on the panel knows who I am. But John, Black Wall Street Trading here. I was late. I, I feel so ashamed.
Wow.
I've never been late before.
It's all good.
I'm gonna get detention.
Okay. CK was like, he don't do this on my podcast. I'm telling you, he knows better. I will fire him for
Listen,
real.
he knows that guy, but that man with a tie, that bow tie guy. I don't know.
That bow tie guy.
Can't stand
You
that.
better be on time.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
cancel
yeah.
Bill
I don't
set
know if
the
you
alarm
were
for your alarm.
I don't know if you, John. I
Yeah,
don't
man.
know if you've been catching much of what's been going on, but CK has been in rare form today, and I've been enjoying it. So
For real?
Yeah.
I'm
But
just
he
myself.
He actually been talking. Nay, he gets like that when you call him on the phone with something, boy. But I'm like, what, nigga? You camera shy or something? I didn't even know you talk this much.
I'm a host. Right? I'm a host.
All right, Chris.
Yeah, I agree with the panel. I think I more so agree with Maddie. It depends on the group of women. I feel like it's extremely hard for traditional women to be traditional. It's the feminists. I'm so ashamed of the feminist movement. Like oh my goodness, but they push this idea that women can do it all. We can do it all, but then we hit this point where it's shifted and they said, well, you can do it all only if you're in competition with a man. You can't stay at home with your family. You can't believe that you're supposed to support your husband. You can't believe these things. So you can do it all as long as it fits our list of things that make us look good or feed our egos. And so for traditional women, I feel like a lot of traditional women have had to shape and mold into this new world that's evolved. We've had to adapt. Whereas the non-traditional women, life isn't easier for them, but they're in so much denial, and they've been taught this for so long, and they've been competing for so long that when they actually hit the point where they're unhappy and they're depressed, they don't want to acknowledge it. And then we go back to I forgot who was saying it, but then we go back to them not wanting to look into the mirror and say, maybe actually I did something wrong. But instead of me teaching them, the younger generations, I did something wrong, I'm not going to do that, because that means I have to admit that I messed up. I have to admit that I made a mistake, and my ego is too large for me to do that.
I definitely agree with that. And even to the point that I was talking about earlier of a lot of men don't know that they can actually have success in like the courts. I think that since the only thing that's really being pushed out there is women empowerment, women leadership, women, all of this, they don't know that this traditional woman is still out there, that even in this society, they can still be a form of traditional woman. All they think is this is the mold that everybody is going for, so this is what I have to go for. But
Hey, Chris, can I ask you a question? You mentioned about the problems with being traditional and I guess the dating market. What are the problems? Because I'm trying to imagine it, but I'm just not that very clairvoyant. So could you tell me some things that a traditional woman would have? Because I would consider that, I would say that would be like, you'd be swept off the market, or most women like
that's
that
what
would be
that's what I was saying on the last one. I was like, man, traditional women gonna be winning here shortly. I'm talking about winning.
Yeah, exactly, John.
There's a few things. One of the biggest things is wanting to be married is oftentimes looked down upon. For example, I have friends who consider themselves permanently partnered. I have a partner, but I would never say that I'm permanently partnered. And I typically don't call myself a girlfriend, because I don't consider that a status. You're either single or you're married. But you can't say that nowadays. You have to accept people's weird, gray area relationships. And it's looked down upon to want to be a wife. That's probably the biggest one. And so when you enter into dating, instead of it being acceptable to rotational date with the intention of being married, like, I'm not going to sleep with you until our wedding night. I'm not going to be exclusive with you until we are engaged. I'm going to grow in love with you as my husband, and not fall in love with you as a boyfriend. You know, you can't really have those conversations nowadays. They don't happen. That discipline has been lost, and when you try to gain that discipline, it's seen as a threat to people who don't have it, and then so they try to weaken you. And so when it comes to dating in particular, to summarize, being a wife is looked down upon. Rotational dating is looked down upon. If you are intentionally trying to be married, you're seen as a gold digger. They call it, what's that term? Starts with, it's like P something. Pick me. There's all these weird terms are being thrown at women who have a goal in mind because they want to be conservative. Does that answer your question?
Oh, that answered it perfectly. I'm like, wow.
Just to add on to it,
Chris. I love Chris.
Just to add on to it, also, as far as traditional women goes, they had an actual vetting process. There was no real oh, we're just gonna sit here and talk on social media, or we're just gonna come over here and bump uglies. I'm like, no, you have to go and meet the family. You had to the dad had to talk to you. There was a certain process in a traditional relationship, and then you get married before certain things even happen. But I mean, what's pushed from childhood is a completely different way. And I agree with Chris also as far as girlfriends go. I think that girlfriends are modern day concubines. They don't necessarily have a actual status, but they do live with the man. So yeah, girlfriends are modern day concubines.
That'll make a good book title.
What it though?
Girlfriend, the modern day concubine.
Can I add one more thing to that? Another thing that's frowned upon is telling women that they're not good at choosing men. So this is adding on to what I Digress said. With our fathers and our uncles and our brothers should be involved in our dating process, because a lot of the red flags that women ignore because they fall in love so quickly, the men will catch. So you may find a man who doesn't meet your criteria, but if you sleep with him too soon or you get intimate with him too soon, you're going to ignore all the red flags. The father's going to ask for the tax returns to make sure, okay, does this man actually own what he says he owns? Does he actually have the money to buy this house that he told you he's going to buy for you? They're going to check those things. They do this in other cultures, but asking for those things nowadays is frowned upon. And then also this idea of the Disney fantasy is pushed so hard on women that they are willing to give so much for free without doing their due diligence.
Can I piggyback off something?
Go ahead.
Okay, so I'll go back to the other one, but this one off of this traditional women. Traditional women in the dating market still can't win that much because you still need traditional men. If you're having less masculine men, you have men that aren't stepping up. And even the men that are stepping up, now a lot more women, even the non-traditional women, are going to want him. So now he's got to as a man, he's going to want to sleep his way to the traditional woman.
It depends
men are still easily tempted by women. Women were made to be alluring. So no matter how traditional of a woman he wants, if he sees a bad chick's a bad chick. That's it. We're just gonna want to sleep with her.
Yes and no. I was as I was listening to the beginning, I was like, I'm waiting to say I completely agree with you. But the reason why I said yes and no is because yes, the traditional man is going to have a lot of options, but the traditional wise man is going to see those options and choose what's best for him and for his future. He's not going to, if he sleeps his way through it, he's going to have a lot of children. And I think that's where the modern man has the worst issues, is because we are sleeping our way through all these different relationships. So what we have to do is we have to take that out of the equation. And if we're gonna, I mean, we not saying I don't want to go. No,
The key word in what you said though was wise. The traditional wise man.
Yeah,
wisdom comes with age. So a young man could still be traditional, but he's still going to need age. And if he doesn't have a good mentor there for him, he's gonna make those mistakes.
At least a mentor, yeah.
I agree.
Because that's what it takes a man to really teach a man how to handle those urgencies and different stuff like that. Just
And
like
a man's not gonna respond to nothing but another man. Like a woman can tell this man the exact same thing, but he won't respond until he hears it from a man.
Yeah, is that disconnect?
Say the same thing, but I don't know. It's just gonna come. He'll hear it when he said it, but he won't hear it when he said it.
Well, it's sort of like how children, a mother can say, "Go in there and clean your room," and they'll sit there for a little while. But if daddy come and say, "Go in there and clean the room," they get up and run to the room. And so, like, I think there's the power of the natural leadership or the daddy voice that they often acknowledge.
The voice.
They feel the waves in a voice.
No, I think it's I actually think it's I've always alluded to the fact that boys have to have like a benchmark, a blueprint. And when they realize that blueprint, they've got something to pair this off of. Like we always, because everybody understands the social comparison theory, but I believe there's a comparison between father and son, and then a male father figure and a son figure, so to speak. You understand? If it's not your actual father that's giving you that advice, and you're going to make that connection. And, I think that you'll understand that this person has been where I have to go still. If you're a smart guy, some guys don't even look at advice that way. They just think they know everything. And then they'll look to you. And I believe it's that part right there, that benchmark, that me trying to base where I am in life right now. And he's telling me where he was in life right then. You kind of think about that, and it's like, well, he said he messed up and he already had 2 kids in a failing relationship at my age. And I don't want that. So, and if he's telling me how to guide me around that, he's like all ears. You know what I mean? He's like all ears. So I think that's got something to do with it too.
I agree. Does anybody else have anything else to put in there before we go to the next question now? I know you.
I wrote this down a while back, though, but I'm going to pull it back. I'm going to try to, revive that conversation if I can.
I always make sure that everybody goes back to what they supposed to say.
So you were saying how women pushed for everything that they are suffering through today, correct?
Yes,
yeah. So you're saying women pushed for everything like that, just like Eve pushed Adam into taking that apple.
Yes.
But Adam still did not have to take that apple.
Yes.
So meaning, like, eventually men wanted to cater to women too much, as opposed to we need to be moving society forward. We became more about our feelings and more about we got to make each other feel good, as opposed to we have to do what needs to be done to keep everything going forward.
Yeah, like in this situation with women's rights, though, as far as the mindset of toxic masculinity, which I think is, I'm not going on that.
Toxic
like
masculinity.
Back in the day, women didn't have many rights, and men wanted to make, I guess, women feel better. So they're like, hey, okay, you know what? We can see that this right here is not the best for you. You want it? I got it. It's sort of like a husband with his wife. He's like, oh, you want this? It doesn't seem bad. What you're asking for is not bad. But what they asked for opened doors for other things. It's sort of like what? No, forget it. It's my show. It's sort of like when people started pushing for homosexuality back in the 60s. It progressed to where it became law, like it, and now people are suggesting about since it's all about consent, it's all about sexuality. Now they're talking about pedos. That's a sexuality. They like children. These people like boys or like men. Why can't these people who like children? And so like a lot of things progressed. Feminism progressed. For like women's rights in the beginning with the feminist stuff, like it wasn't as bad. It wasn't the norm for women, and not all women wanted it. But it wasn't the worst. It wasn't what it is today. And it progressed into what it is today. And it continued to make life harder for women, in my opinion. They continue to want more, and then to push away all the different, I would say, privileges from the man, such as like chivalry. I think either Chris or Maddie had talked about it earlier. They'd be like, "Oh no, don't hold the door open for me. I can open the door for myself." Like men saw that as like a pleasure. Like, this is my little precious jewel. Let me open the door for her. You know what? Let me put my coat on this water so she don't got to step in this mud. Let me do this for her because she's precious. And now, like, it's like a raping of a man. You're taking out his generosity and his courteousness, and like, I don't want any of that. Now he's like, okay, how do I treat you? Okay, you don't want the wife stuff. Let me treat you like a hoe.
I got a question for Chris and Maddie. Speaking about what Mr. I digress said, do you guys still like the traditional roles? Like, I was talking to a group of women, and I told them my wife doesn't touch doorbells or steering wheels. I mean, doorknobs and steering wheels. And they were like, "No, what if she wants to drive?" I'm like, "For what? I'm not putting my wife like." She just sits there and looks cute. You know, like she doesn't have to have that pressure of driving and going through rush hour traffic, and she doesn't have to open doors. Is that something that you guys still kind of prescribe to? Or do you guys like to drive still?
Well, Chris, I don't know if you want to go first, but I have never, actually, now that I think of it, I've never driven in my relationship. He does not know how I drive yet. But I think that now, since we live in 2020, 2021, I think that things have changed so much that you almost, I mean, I do like the traditional aspect, but I still work. I still go to school. There's still things that I do that I like to do. But I think that I was kind of born into that type of society where women, were in high school. They were like, what are you going to do? What college are you going to do? What are you going to do? So I do like certain traditional things. I'm not offended if people do certain traditional things, but I do think that I do things that are modern as school and work.
So you don't pump no gas. You don't like doing that. Yeah.
None of that.
Yeah, I drive. I hate driving though. I'm trying I'm trying to tell him, like, I do not like to drive. And what's funny is that if a woman's working on submission, having her partner drive is one of the best exercises, because you boost estrogen and he boosts testosterone because he's in control, and he's protecting you, keeping you safe, and then you're kind of defenseless. Like if he drives off the road, there's nothing you can do about it. You have to fully trust him. And so I always try and tell him this, and I try to sound like, like I'm giving him a lesson, but I'm like, if you drive, this is what could happen hormonally. And but I do not like to drive. I don't take out the trash unless I have to. He works night, so he sleeps during the day. And so if I take out, like if he's rushing for work at night and it's dark, I'll take out the trash the next morning. It doesn't bother me at all. But I was actually raised as a woman to not take out the trash. Like my brothers they would come from their house. They came to visit my mom. They would take out the trash at my mom's house. Like that's how we were raised. Like the men did this. I'm trying to think of what else. But yeah, in general, I prefer the more traditional way of doing things, except for I do plan to contribute financially to the household. I would like it to be more passive though. So that's why I'm doing YouTube, just finding different streams of income, investing, real estate, that type of stuff. So I can be home with my children without having to worry about putting too much of a financial load on my husband.
Interesting.
Well, babe,
Well, I was gone. What is it?
Oh, the question was does your husband basically, or do you enjoy the fact that your husband may or may not drive all the time, do the gasoline in the car, traditional masculine things, or do you find that certain things are just okay? Well, I can handle certain things.
Oh, okay. Well, I do like the traditional thing, and I'm not like gun ho completely with traditional, but I think if you're gonna want tradition, then you got to be traditional. You can't half step it. Now, if that's the dynamic you want, then those rules have to be set. Like, I want to do this the modern way, and I want to do this the traditional way, because it's confusing to me. Either we're traditional or we're modern. Pick one. But for me, I grew up similar to her. My dad would take out the trash. He was the one who worked on the cars, maintenance it, always had the oil filled up or whatever with the vehicle. My mother never had to get gas. Whenever she got in her car, it was just, voila, there's gas in the car. Everything she needed in the trunk was there for emergencies. Just different things like that. Any danger, he's the one outside arguing with the neighbors. My mother, I never seen her out there doing what a lot of girls, what some women do, yelling in the man's face and all that stuff. I learned early on where a woman's place was physically with the man. Like, we're weaker physically. And I don't see anything wrong with that, but a lot of women do. And I think that comes into play with tradition as well, giving that reverence, that respect for a man's position, for their natural abilities, because it both protects us and prevents us from harming ourselves and our families if we allow it. But like we were saying earlier, the court systems can take that ability away from men often, because we can just run away from that authority of our men and go to the court and and say, daddy, I don't like my husband, give me some money. That whole dynamic is just crazy. But I prefer the traditional way. But I like her point too. I like to add a little money in there too. I don't think there's anything wrong with that, but I don't think a woman should be it's not that I don't think a woman should be, but in a traditional mindset, the woman, it shouldn't really be the one that's the breadwinner, where the man has to depend on her. Babe, did you make enough money this week? Can we eat? That's going to make a woman like, ugh, well, can we eat? The safety of their family is upon me only, not because you just had a spell of injuries and I have to step up for this time, but because you're just in this non-traditional or sort of passive role, and it's kind of unattractive naturally, I think, for most women.
Yeah, I was talking to like I said, I was talking to my little group, and they're just so gung ho. They like to do it. I'm telling them, like, y'all, but then like you'll hear them kind of in their frustrations, like, oh, well, I had to go to the drive here, and I had to do something over here, and I didn't feel like taking out the trash today, and I'm like, see, if you guys had a man.
Yeah. and I think even more to add on to that, I think that since it's an epidemic of single women living out on their own, and so like they have to take out the trash by themselves. They go out and get jobs. They driving themselves to the job. They whatever they do, they're going out trying to get it for themselves because they want to be self-established or self-built. So they're used to taking out the trash. And when a man says, "Oh, let me get that for you," they're like, I've been doing this for X amount of years. Now I don't need you. I can do it myself.
For the
and
parts.
Depends on point.
Yeah, it's real. I seen a video the other day with a woman trying a jar, and her man's videotaping her laughing because she's like, "Oh, so my weak little arms can't do it because I'm a girl, or weak little arms." And at the end, she's like, "Babe, open it for me, all humble and everything. Like that's the reality of our.
Yes, and that is the
You know what?
reality.
With that example, you made me think back to the woman I didn't marry. I was down there visiting her, and I woke up the next morning. I remember she had said something about the grass being cut. So me being thoughtful, I went out there and started moving stuff around the garage, trying to bag the cars out. I'm trying to get the lawnmower out. It's a push mower. I'm like, shit, yeah. It's self-propelled too. She ain't got a real big yard. I'm gonna cut the front and the back in about an hour. She comes storming up out. What is you doing? I'm like, I'm about to cut your grass. No, I cut my own grass. I've always cut my own grass, and that's just what I'm gonna do. That's the only exercise I get. Okay, now we're in Florida, right? So she get her ass up there, she starts cutting the grass, and I'm like, damn, what I'm supposed to do? Like, then I hear this, oh God! And she comes flying around the house. I said, girl, what the hell wrong with you? It's a goddamn alligator back there in the back. I said, what? I said, well, you better cut that damn grass because I ain't want no part. Hell, it won't get cut today. I don't want no parts to do with it. And I went, inside the house and looked out the back, and I said, oh God. It wasn't a real big one. It was probably about 6 feet, probably juvenile, enough to where I see why she screamed. But that's what she get. She should have let me cut the grass. I could have been back there screaming.
Man,
the result would have been the same. That's not what I'm saying. I don't mess with people around like that.
So you're saying it's her fault for almost getting eaten by a gator?
That's what happens when you get out of your place. Like, for real. Like, I get it. You did this out of necessity, but now you have a man in your life, and believe it or not, that was another thing that added to the list of things is why the marriage never occurred. Because you're not gonna have me down there not knowing what the fuck my place is. Like, do I cook today? What do? I mean, I want something to do too. Nah, you're not gonna have me feeling like that.
Yeah. I find it so, like, I look sometimes when I go down the street, there's a lady, she cuts her grass, and I'm like, you got I know you got a man. I've seen him. Why are you cutting grass? And then, like, one of the groups of girls, she pays for her lawn. I'm like, okay, you pay every 2 weeks. That's $80. You could have bought a whole new lawnmower. You can save that money and put it towards other things, but now you're making life harder for yourself by paying somebody else to do it. I'm like, look, I'm sorry. Some of y'all be just tripping. Y'all need to make a deal with a man and settle down. That's it.
Sorry, I put myself on mute. I have to agree, but I have to put my wife on blast, especially on the grass cutting, because I'll be gone somewhere with a group of men or doing something, and then my wife she taking pictures of herself cutting the grass. Like, I'm cutting the grass. Look, I'm like, what are you doing? You know I'm supposed to cut the grass. It's me.
The picture's a lie. I don't be out there. I can only remember cutting the grass once or twice, and it was because the grass he gets stuck in his studies and stuff, and I'm like, the grass has to be cut. I don't like it. We live in a nice neighborhood. Everybody's grass is nice, so I'm like, all right, I'm gonna go cut the grass. And that time I didn't complain or anything. It was exercise. I was running, cutting the grass, and I think somebody stopped and told me that was dangerous. And I'm like, I didn't know. I'm just running with the little push mower, thinking it's a good exercise.
Running with it?
Yeah.
That's how people end up with no feet.
Yeah, I didn't think that.
Whenever I go cutting the grass, I sit there and walk, and I'm thinking about my day. I'm thinking about what I'm going to do in the future. I'm just sitting there meditating as I'm cutting grass. And she took that away from me.
Not only that, she put it on the internet.
She's just trying to play right now. I don't even get fooled by this.
Oh, man, yeah. I'm usually the one that's cutting grass. Or we have a neighbor that just ran, whenever he cuts our neighbor's door, grass, he comes and cut ours as well, which I see as a plus. But let us, unless someone else wanted hasn't hit on is life harder for women today than it was 60 to 7 years ago. Has anybody not answered that question?
I don't think John answered.
All right,
Nah,
yes, John.
I didn't answer. Nah, I think women today have it a little bit easier, but it depends on who you ask.
Ooh, most of us said they have it harder.
Ooh,
Nah, I think they have it easier today. And this is why, because now society caters to women completely. And years ago, Black women have always been catered to. See, this whole feminist right thing was not a Black thing. This was a white man's thing. And they give you caveats of this back in the day when if you watch the movies, go back and watch an old movie. See, that's the problem. Nobody want to care about the past. You think you're going to find your future and not have to know about the true past. But you listen to a smoke and mirrors. I know me and Madison was talking about it. We looked at that movie, and it showed like the difference. It showed it. It demonstrated it. It was a big difference with the way the white men talked to their wife and the way that this Black woman was treated at her house. She was a stay-at-home mom, and she was treated excellent. Her husband didn't come home and demand shit. The white men come home. You ain't cook yet. I've got the guys coming over tonight. I need you to make this and that. I should have told you, but I didn't. I mean, the Black women just weren't going through that, but they got included in that because why? This was around the same time homosexuality and civil rights movement, and now we're gonna squeeze the feminine rights movement in here, and the Negro just got forgot about. And it was a TikTok video about that finally brought up this point the other day on how not a thing has been signed for us since literally 1965. That's it. That's the last really anything that got decided for us. Outside of that, everybody's gotten everything since then.
And I definitely agree with on that point, John. Especially about the women of color. They had it good back in the days. They didn't have any complaints. But what the feminists did at that time, which was
the Black man out of the house, that's what they did. Well, they drove the Black man out of the house eventually.
Well, no, I would say chattel slavery drove the Black man out of the house. They you couldn't even walk on the same street, on the same side of the street as a white man or a white woman. You couldn't walk on the railroad tracks, which led into the city. You couldn't spit on the ground. You could there was a lot of laws that would get you sent to jail for life as a Black man. But on the feminist point, the women at that time, the Caucasian women, they was all by themselves. And I talk to people about this often. They was all by themselves pushing for it, and they didn't have the strength. So what they did is they went to the women of color, whether it be Black, Hispanic, or whatever, and they was pushing hey, you can't go out and work. You can't make your own money. What if your husband is no longer there? They start pushing in that mindset of what we was talking about earlier, that what if? And now they're
woman only thought it well, I could help him because she's witnessing you having a hard time. She knows you being abused at work. She knows this, but that was just the ploy to get the Black woman interested. They've been trying to separate our strength. The Black woman has always been the Black man's strength. Her role has completely flipped now. But back in the day, not through everybody, but through most, a lot. Back in the day, especially during slavery time, man, our wives would feed us with their breast milk, so that we wouldn't die, so that we could regain our strength. They would keep us from dying. They would literally nurture us back to health.
So when you say, just because I want to make sure that I at least completely understand what you're saying that the Black woman is the Black man's strength. So are you saying the Black woman is the backbone of the Black man, or can you elaborate on your statement?
Yeah, she's your okay. Yeah, she is. behind every successful man, there is a good woman, and we used to have that. The
I have to
motivating
disagree.
factors that go along with a man and a woman are too great. Like I mean, I get, I think I heard you say something like this on a previous podcast, but I don't think we were talking about the same thing exactly. So I'm gonna go a little bit further into it. As a man, you have a list of things, you have a role, and I get that. I got it 100%. But your role is contingent upon somebody doing your role, and your accomplishment of your mission is contingent on somebody else doing their part, because men hit breaking points just like women do, and you hit them faster when you're working outside of your role. So let's use animals. I like to use animals to really illustrate this point. The lion, that's my favorite animal. If the lioness don't hunt, the male lion is not going to be as successful. He can hunt, but he's not good at hunting. That's not what he's good at. Why? Because he's too big, he's too powerful, he's too heavy. Everything works against him to hunt. He got ambushed or either just go take somebody else's food, because that's what he is. But him agile trying to kill something, he'll be tired before I watched one had to do it on his own. This nigga didn't eat for like a whole 6 hours because he was so wore out from trying to kill this one thing. When lions, they hunt in a group and they do it. So if she don't feed him, if she's not taking care of him, he's not going to be strong. If he's not strong, his job is to patrol. His job is to be ready to engage in battle. Then her cubs, her babies are at risk because they believe in fratricide. When a new lion come in, he gonna kill off the male, and he gonna kill all the cubs to send her back in the estrus so that she can make his. Same thing with the women. The women have to be doing. If you guys got kids, could you imagine having to go to work, figure out what you're gonna do with the kids, figure out whose hair you're gonna do, who you're gonna help with homework, and do all these things plus all your other roles as a man, and then still feel like a man? No, you have to have a good woman behind you. Because if you don't have a good woman, those burdens are gonna fall on you, and she's still there. Like, for instance, if you ever dated if you've never been with somebody who was on drugs or could not do their part for whatever reason, you feel it. I've been in that situation. I couldn't do just my role. I'm up here doing hair, putting kids over here. She's at a rehab. I mean, it's really bad. Like, that's what I mean when I say you have to have a good support system. You can't do it all by yourself.
Yes, I agree, but I think it's conditional. I think you made a statement of, I think I wrote it down. Every successful man has a woman behind him.
Yeah.
There's a lot. I would say for the most part, yes, but not every man. Every successful man didn't always have a woman behind him. Every successful man has a vision that he's going after, and that if he's dedicated to it. But it's a perk to have a good woman behind you.
So
as you're going for those.
I agree with you when you say it's contingent, because now I'm starting to, as you put it that way, because I agree, a man can be successful completely by himself. That's who we are. That's how we think. We sit up here, and that's why a lot of times we don't like to talk with somebody else one-on-one. We just like to be left alone so we can think and we're planning and plotting like all the time. But if you have a family, you need that woman. Like, if you have a family, you need a good, strong woman supporting you. But do you believe, can a man with a really good wife be more successful than a man that's single?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, I would say yes and no. If you say, like, you have a man who is rich, he can have tutors or have like a stay-in maid or whatever who lives there to take care of the children, who do the education with the children, who do a list of different things. And this isn't taking anything away from women, because I believe that, I mean, if you want a family, like, there's certain gender roles that everybody would be going over. But like, I think that it would take, just like with women of today, if they want to be independent, they're going to have a lot more on them. In a I guess a single aspect, but if you have a family, like, a woman can definitely take a lot of the burden of the man without having to pay out the pocket, without him having to deal with the stress of dealing with like 20 different people to do the thing that this one person can do. But I digress.
Yeah, it's a difference. Like, with successful men, marriage has always been one of those things that is expected of a successful man at some point. You can't. It's tricky because I guess people hear that and they might think, okay, the woman is making the man successful. I don't think a woman can make a man successful, but a woman can, amplify. She can
be his muse.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
That's what
he can definitely be his muse.
But yeah, so I don't know. It just depends on the way you look at it. Like,
can I pose a question to John?
Yep.
So you said women have it easier.
Because easier now than before.
Easier now than before because they have all these stuff readily available for them.
Yeah, like the whole society really, like from the legal aspects to the way cops treat you. To one-on-one in reactions with cops, you treat it like.
Would you say that's better or worse though?
I mean, I don't. If when you look at it, I don't think it's better. What you mean? What treated is it better situation for them, or do you mean do I say treat it better?
I mean they get treated better.
Yeah, they get treated. Absolutely, they get treated better. So you didn't have to go in front of a judge against a woman yet.
Is it better for them?
Well, if I could jump in there.
For them, I don't think it's better for them because it makes them lazy and it makes them a worse person. But the question was, do they have it better now or then? And I've got to say now is definitely they have it better now. If you just think into the question itself, they have it better. Now, if you want me to say, is it better? And absolutely, heck no, it's not better. Just like it's not better for you to tell a person who is obviously 185, 200 pounds overweight that they're pretty, and that's okay. If you comfortable with yourself, don't you worry about that diabetes. Don't you worry about none of those things that'll kill you. It's just all about if you're happy, okay? Do you feel comfortable in yourself? Yeah. Okay, like, nah, that's not good for them, but it happens.
Man, I definitely agree.
Good ain't good.
I think that it creates a crutch for women. So like, but if the situation gets changed, like say like with the situation I was talking about earlier with my ex-wife, she thought that female judge was going to be on her side until the judge realized, hey, I'm the one that's bringing this suit. And so she was like, I'm not, and I'm just going to, yeah. She was doing all the hand movements. I'm not going to listen. He is not going to see my child. Although it was a bad situation. I'm not going to act like she was not justified in worrying because it was a bad situation. But she told the judge, he is not going to see my daughter. It's bad over there. XYZ is happening. And the judge was like, you can go to jail. And the judge turned to me and was like, what do you want to happen? And I was like, she been vindictive like for a couple years now. I can have her sent to jail. But I was like, nope. I'm not gonna take advantage of this. I'm gonna be the better person. I was like, I just want to see my daughter. That's it. Just set me up something to where I can spend more time with my daughter. Let's just not even listen to her saying that I'm not gonna see her. You do whatever you want to, judge, if she keeps saying that, but let's just be peaceful. And to John's point earlier, yes, we do have it bad as men in courtrooms and in these other instances, but like we have it worse because we're not willing to fight, or we don't know that we're able to fight. And we have to actually fight for ourselves. And I think that's where a lot of our issues are. We're not conditioned to fight for ourselves, which I think testosterone is a big factor. Not having male role models is a big factor in that. And a list of other things that really pushes against us, which leads to our next question. Unless somebody else wanted to jump on CKQ's question.
What was my question?
Oh, you don't remember your question you asked John?
I'm forgetful. Oh, yeah. No, I think that was pretty much it.
All right, then.
He answered it.
All right, awesome. Well, that leads to our next question, which is, do you think that family court or family law favors women more than men?
Yes.
Oh, well, yeah.
Yes. It might be better or worse in other areas of the state. I can only speak about in Alabama, but in Alabama, Lord, yes.
All right, let's just
Absolutely.
let everybody give their yeses and nos, and then we'll go around asking for everybody to expound.
I don't have much experience with this question, but from what I've seen, from not personal experience of my own, but people around me, I would say yes.
I don't know. I'm thinking about it now. I kind of want to say it's like a 50-50. Again, the men don't really fight. So,
Man, come on.
hey, man, listen.
You on the fence?
It is what it is. All right?
Are you on the fence wagging your tail?
I'm not on the fence, bro. I'm not on the fence. Right?
Yeah, I told you, John. This is rare form right now.
I'm in peak condition, right? This is my final form.
Oh man! All right, so E Black, what was your views?
Yeah, I definitely think in terms of family court, of the mother usually wins the paternal side of the cases. Not only that, in terms of custody, it's usually assumed that the mother would retain the rights. I think, and there are some rare cases. There are cases. I don't know the data, to tell you the truth, but I would guess that there are some cases in which men do get it. But the fact of the matter is that most men are the providers, and most women are stay at home or have less access to resources. So for whatever reason, they came up with the idea that just give the women the children and have the men pay as a subservient to their lifestyle. And I don't know if that's really still a valid way of choosing. So,
all right, well, since
it's not supposed to be the way you choose, but they do it.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's kind of a backward thing. If a man makes more, then he should have more resources to make sure the children are fed and clothed. But then I'm just confused.
For me, I sort of lean towards like as far as family court and family law, relationships should not involve the court system in their private affairs. Whenever you bring in a third party, you're asking the advice of somebody else. That's like a husband and a wife going to the wife's best friend to discuss their issues. You're going to get a biased opinion from this friend unless she's just a good counselor. And so, but if you got that horrible best friend, like a lot of people have these days, which I would say is like a judge in family law, like you're going to get a biased opinion. Because whether it be alimony, and then like in a certain cases, unless you are asserting your rights, a lot of people, everything is going to go towards the woman. Like, let's say I was reading a recent law where it was saying that a woman does not have to tell her husband if she gets an abortion. But there was a law in place. Huh?
What state would that be in?
I can get the information for you, but it was like Planned Parenthood v. Arizona. But I'm gonna get that information.
Just one of them Western states. I figured it was
probably Oregon.
It was somewhere along that whole line of evil, like that whole California, Oregon, Washington. Like them three states right there are the most evil left.
Well, they're the most liberal. All those
states are the most liberal. I'm talking about liberal.
Yeah, I mean, coming from the East Coast to the West Coast, it just continues to get more and more free. But like, I think family court, family law, it definitely favors women in a lot of different ways, or is more beneficial to be a woman because, like, let's say alimony. Well, you know what? I can't even say alimony. I think that the family court just want their money. Or they just want to create a form of bondage or oppression for the other person, creating a debt. Because when I said women only on that part, like as soon as I said it, Halle Berry came into mind. And I think she pays child support or alimony for her ex-husband. And like, I think J-Lo does the same thing. So I couldn't just stick on that. I want to show that I'm not biased, but like, I think primarily it is on men. Even if even for me though, like with my ex, we was going to go to court, but at the time she made more than me as a nurse practitioner. But I was in the Army, and so like we both made around the same thing. So we had a split, pretty much custody thing. So I think it really, just like with everything, it depends. It depends on if you're asserting your rights. It depends on what state you're in, how liberal they are, and
if you get a female judge or a male judge.
Well, that's where it was.
Female judge, you better off, but if you get a male judge, you in trouble.
Well, like, and that's where I agree and disagree. I did get a female judge with my case, but she was against me until she found out my position or my status, which was being the plaintiff.
And that's the point that I'm talking about. A female judge knows how a female think, and she spots game like that. A male judge, he is in his mind. It's like we program to automatically come to the aid of a woman already. So if she paints the right picture, then he gonna rock with her on what that bias is gonna be more.
But with that though, like this woman judge, and this isn't any legal advice. None of the things that I say is legal advice. If you need any legal advice, anybody who's watching this, seek out an attorney. But when this woman, huh?
But your law and library.
Yes, I do provide audio books. I do. I am going to be speaking on different topics in reference to the law, but I'm not an attorney. I can't give legal advice. I can give my own opinions on certain topics, but as a disclaimer and to protect myself against anybody who may say that I'm practicing law, I do not give legal advice. So, but when I was at the beginning, though, with this female attorney, she was coming against me. She wasn't listening to anything that I said until I contested against it. And I'm like, hey, you're supposed to be helping me. And she said, well, which part are you? Are you the defendant? I'm like, no, I'm the plaintiff. She's like, oh, well, now she went against her. Like, but we don't assert our rights. Like, say, like if a situation of alienation, which is a big thing that courts don't even really care to hear. But I wouldn't even say they don't necessarily care to hear, but we're not taking the ex-wife to court to say she's alienating me from my child. And this is against the law. This is abuse to our child. But who goes to court saying that? Nobody. Well, not nobody, but not many. We don't assert our rights because we don't know our rights. Back in the time of, I'm not going to say civil rights because I just believe that was a bunch of hogwash. But back in the time with the Black Panthers, they were teaching their rights. That was their main thing. Hey, this is how you protect yourself against the police. Whenever you go to court, this is what happens. Whenever you have any interaction with any type of government, this is what you do. If you need help, call us. We'll be down there, strapped up, and we'll be ready to protect you. We got you. It was more of a community, more of a teaching. Hey, this is how you protect yourself against this system. But now we've lost that. We don't teach people how to protect themselves. And whenever you get pulled over, you don't say nothing. You invoke your Fourth Amendment right not to be searched, not to have any of your property seized. You remain silent like the Fifth Amendment says. And you invoke your right in the Sixth Amendment to speak to an attorney before you answer any questions.
But to be fair, ignorance of the law is no excuse.
Yes, and that's their whole thing, and that's where they get us. They say ignorance of the law is no excuse, but how many people are still reading the law? This is the reason why we get pulled over for a traffic ticket, and we are going to pay that $160 to $250 for a minor infraction. I've gone to court, like, since I've been studying it for myself. Like, I had a lady who, and I hate to veer off of this, but I think it's important, it's because we're talking about law. I know of, I'm just going to say I know of a person who got pulled over with no license, registration, insurance, no tag, and he had to go to court for it. And since he knew the law, it was thrown out. Now, with that being said, everybody else that was there for, he didn't have his license, he paying. But this guy over here, he had all these different things, and he said, "It's dismissed. You can go." And that's the difference. Like,
Must have been
and that's also one thing. Just for anybody who ever views this, that's another thing or another business venture or nonprofit that I, for one, am trying to do, going into the different I guess lower income neighborhoods, and to teach them about the different laws and how to protect them from the system that's trying to get them. Even talking to the women to teach them the better way of not letting the system turn them against the man, and just to get the different benefits. Try to work out relationships. Try to seek out a better way than using the system to take or to oppress the man. Because we have a lot of different women. All she has to do, as far as family court goes, is say, like, I hate to use, let's say Becca says she don't even know John. She says John is the father of my baby. The baby don't got to look like John. Doesn't have to be any information. All she has to do is say that his name is going to go on the birth certificate, and they're going to go and look for him for child support.
Yep, I know all about that one.
And
that
like
actually happened. You crazy? You use me as an example, and it's actually something I'm living through.
Oh,
yeah, that happened.
Well, there's that.
Too soon. I digress.
that happened 5 years later. That happened. That actually happened.
He said, "Oh."
Immediately, I was $20,000 in arrears, just like that.
Well, that's how that is how it happens, and it's used, I would say, to benefit the system. And I can't, even though this is all people of color panel, I can't say it's something that just plagues us. I thought like a couple years ago that it was something that plagued us primarily, but it's not.
No.
Like,
a black woman is less likely to put you on child support.
Look, I'm the administrator.
To there.
I'm the administrator over groups like that deal with child support. And the main people in those groups are like white, Chinese. There are a lot of black in there, but it's like a 40% white, 20% black, and then all these other different races. It's not something that just plagues us.
All right.
It's a society thing, or like the whole system is trying to get men, because they know that like traditionally men are the breadwinners. So they wherever a man has to get like 3 jobs only to be able to sustain himself, because his whole paycheck almost is being taken from one part. But I digress on that. I don't want to get too much into that. I'll let somebody else speak, since me and John have been taking it up. Maddie or Chris, would you guys like to interject?
So I just want to say, from what I've seen from people going through particular situations in the court, I have heard people say like, oh, it doesn't matter if you get a prenup, because the woman can say whatever, and then, she can still get everything. And so from what I've seen, I have no experience on the situation or anything of that sort, but from what I've heard from people who have been married and have been divorced and have gone through it, I do feel like there are a lot of benefits towards the woman, versus maybe it can be emotion, maybe it can be based off of history and men providing, whatever it is, I'm not too sure. But I do think that it favors the women.
And if I may just jump on to that, I definitely agree with what you're saying, which reminded me of a point of something that what rich people are taught, or like people who are well off are taught, that we aren't taught. Like as far as like the man, like protecting his assets. If you see that you have money, or that you have potential to make money, whether you're going to be getting married or not, you have to create trust funds, have to be able to find a way to direct your money to somewhere else, to where you manage it, but you don't necessarily own it. I think one of the Rockefellers said something to that nature. Like, so what that means, like, is like, say with your job, like you create a trust, and you can be, whether it be the executor or the trustee over this trust, and you direct all your money to this trust and special deposit. And you know what? This may go over some people's heads, but I think it's definitely something that needs to be looked into by people who want to protect their assets. So you have all your monies going into this trust, and you can use this money to finance, to, like, let's say, you can use the trust as a trustee to pay all your bills, to get all the different amenities that you need. But we don't know that. And whenever there's been different tabloids that have come out where women have complained because they married a rich man and he died and all of his money was in a trust. And there was executors or trustees that was over it that said, no, this money stays in this trust. You can't touch it. I think that same thing happened with DMX.
Are you talking about a blind trust?
Excuse me?
A blind trust?
I'm not sure about a blind trust.
Chris, help us out.
A lot of them structure it where it's separate versus community property. And so basically, typically how they structure it is from the day they get married, they'll create a trust that's community property. So whatever, as a couple, we fund into this trust is ours. So if we get divorced, we would split this. But anything that I created before I met you will go into my separate trust. So it's not really a blind trust necessarily, because it's still, depending on how it's structured, it'll still have a tax return unless it's a grantor trust. Then it goes onto your personal tax return. But basically, that's what it is. And then you can use it. This trust has a bank account. It's an entity. And you will use this to fund certain expenses, especially if those expenses are directly related to you. And so a lot of times we'll see this. Let's say a client has a new company that he started before he met his current wife. If he's paying any taxes that go towards or expenses that are for this particular property, it will be paid out of this separate property trust. And then any income that he produces in this particular business may also be funded into this trust as well, if the trust agreement allows for certain contributions.
So with that being said, guys, I think that, like, on some of the parts, at least financially, I think as far as like family courts go, like that's one way that we can actually, as men and as women, can protect ourselves, is to take a lot of our assets and put it into a trust. So if you have a car, like say that a man, he has one car and a woman has a car, or like there's a man has 3 cars before he met this woman. If those cars do not belong to the man but belong to the trust, then that woman can't say, oh, this is part of our marriage, I want that too. No, it's not mine. It's part of this trust. I just manage this. And it's a little sneaky way of protect or you not getting your stuff taken. And also, like, it also comes into like trust property. Like there's a lot of different laws that protect even from being taken or seized by what do those people call that take your vehicle if you're in the wrong place?
Repo?
Yeah, repo people. Like if you're putting things in trust, they can't touch it because it's trust property. Especially if it's yours, even if you are in a wrong place, like it's certain elements that you can do to protect yourself. But there's so many different loopholes that we don't even know, and whether it be family law or in relationships, as far as law goes. But I digress.
I was gonna say this is a good conversation to have for people that don't know. I think that's a big way people get manipulated and think that the family court may, favor the women over the men, is because just that lack of knowledge, what we talked about earlier. But it's good to have the conversation so that people are able to, take a stand and fight. Like CKQ was talking about earlier, a lot of men don't understand where to begin or even take the time to understand and fight.
Yes, and I definitely agree with that. And even on the child support part, like I've spoken with a list of different people, that have spoken and said that, hey, I'm completely off child support. I beat child support. They kept coming on me and I fought. It took some time, but I fought it. and now it's been terminated. It's no longer there, and that just confirmed for me that we actually have to fight. We can't just sit there and say, "Oh, woe is me," because like what CKQ is saying, like that's what a lot of men are doing right now. They're like, "Woe is me." They're just they're stepping back and not willing to take up the fight. But I still don't think that that all men don't do it. I think that it's just it's something that's taught to men.
No,
But go ahead.
I fought. I won my case. I represented myself.
And that's one thing that some men don't understand. Is that
some men don't
just like anybody else to read, and
some men don't even go to court. They'll just ignore the letter and they'll just say, whatever. If I don't go, I guess
whatever's going to happen to you too.
Yeah, and some men, I know some dudes who just was like, hey, if I don't go, then they ain't gonna say nothing. Nah, bro.
You crazy?
Yeah.
If you don't go, they gonna rule.
I talk to people like that, and I
rule, and you ain't gonna like it.
Yep.
I work in the courthouse. And I'm telling you, there's certain you can tell when the child support days are there because usually somebody's faking a heart attack, or or there's fights out in the parking lot. I'm dead serious. I can always tell when child support days.
Good grief.
Yeah.
Well, just like I said, E Black, I know you said that you work in the courts. I am not giving legal advice.
I work in the building of a courthouse, not for the courts.
All right. That sounds good. Did you want to give anything?
No.
All right, guys. Did anybody else want to speak on that point? Did anybody not speak on the fourth question?
I think we all did.
All right, awesome. Are women oppressed today?
That's a trick question.
No, I don't think so.
Of course, they are.
Yeah, that's a trick question. Right there.
You would say that, CKQ. I can hear the sarcasm in that.
What do you mean?
You just want it to be contentious.
Zero.
No, that is a trick question.
Zero sarcasm.
Because some women are bonded or in bondage to the things that they put themselves in bondage to.
Yep.
Yeah, so it's kind of
They are. They're more oppressed now than they have been, for real. This is why that first question was so important. Now I'm starting to get it.
So what you guys are saying is that women have a self-inflicted oppression. You're saying?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
Because think about it. More women. It's two things.
Other women as well.
Two things that make a woman complete. Whether you guys on the panel might agree or not, but I'm just basing this off of what I read. Right? There's motherhood and being a wife. Those two things right there really give you what makes you complete as a woman. And women nowadays are they one of them for sure. They are pushing themselves. They are oppressing themselves out of and ensuring that they're going to be single going into their late 40s and 50s by their behavior. And the motherhood thing, I don't know how that's going to shape out. I mean, because you can get pregnant. Like, that's just anybody can get pregnant. But like having that dynamic is going to be missing.
There's nothing better than the dynamic. Like, single motherhood sucks. There's nothing good about it, really.
Is there any
single parenthood sucks? Period. It just sucks. It's terrible. I
got something quick that I want to add on to that real quick. When I was, obviously, like, I'm a plumber. I run service calls all day. One day I
lay a lot of pipe.
Modest man, though. Modest. All right. Grow up. So I went to this house, and it was this huge, like, giant house with like giant like glass like walls, like kind of overlooking the road, and it was like the biggest house on the block. And I went there, and there was this old couple there, old man, old woman. And I had to install a water heater there. Got that done. Had a conversation with them as I was getting paid, and I said, this is a magnificent house. bravo on working so hard for it. And she was like, yeah, thanks. I worked very hard and I was able to finally get this. And I was like, oh, you must be proud. It's probably took a long time. It's like, yeah, but like all the schooling and everything I did, I didn't realize that like at the end it would actually be so like this is a nice house and everything, but on the holidays, like, I don't have anyone. And I understood what she said, but the husband immediately jumped in and is like, oh, but you have me. And I'm like, dude, you're missing the point, man. Like, she's saying she was realizing then, now that she had this big house, they had like a giant piano in like the middle of their I don't know what kind of room that is, but it was a piano room, I guess. It was gorgeous. It had a magnificent house and everything. And what she regretted the most was the fact that she did not have any kind of kids or anything. It was just the two of them and the loads of their money in a big house. And women are oppressing themselves out of the most self-fulfilling thing they can actually do. The self-fulfilling thing for men is being able to finding someone that we love and putting all our effort into protecting them and providing for them.
I definitely agree with that. Is there anybody that would disagree or say women are not oppressed? I'm not sure how many people. It looked like everybody was saying it's a self-inflicted oppression, but is there anybody that would say no, they're not oppressed?
I'm not really like I am like so 50-50 on this, because I usually would have just started off with the conversation and I would have just put my point out and I just sat back. But now I've heard CKQ talk and I've heard John talk, and now I'm kind of like 50-50 on this. I think in terms of when you talk about oppression, it's kind of hard because you're talking about outside forces giving you or not giving you the power that you feel that you want. I don't think women are in that state now. So I would almost say that they're not oppressed in any way. So I don't know. This yak hitting me, so yeah.
That's what it really is. That's what it
really is. I completely understand. I've been drinking rum since earlier, but that's neither here nor there. But all right, so Chris, we haven't heard from you in a little while.
Yeah, this is a hard question. My immediate response is no, we are not oppressed, because when I think of oppression, I think my non I don't know what to call it. How I define oppression is basically you don't know that you're being oppressed and that there are no options that won't lead to you being worse off, if that makes sense. Like if you try to escape this oppression, you're going to be killed or jailed. But when I listened to someone who talks about femininity and teach femininity, and they're from the Middle East, and they talk about how women say in America, they say that Middle Eastern women are oppressed. But when she would go home for the summers and visit her family, the women seemed a lot happier than the women here. And she was saying it seemed as though they seemed more free because they were able to be who they truly wanted to be. And here we're so forced, and like I said before, we're being forced into this mold that we don't fit into. And so with that being said, with that definition of oppression, I definitely think we are oppressed today. What sucks is that we're not oppressed in the sense that we do not have options to escape. We're oppressed in the sense that we've been convinced that we're happy until we're not, which actually, when I think about it, is very similar to a lot of countries like North Korea, where they convince them that they're free until they realize that they're not free and they try to escape. And so I'm not going to say we have it as bad as North Koreans, but the idea of being convinced that you are free and then you realize that you're actually not free, that there is a better life, that aspect is very similar.
I definitely agree with that. And I think, especially as far as oppression goes for women, I think like even to Chris's point, people don't necessarily see I'm not oppressed, or women don't necessarily see I'm not oppressed until they reach like 35, 40. Like, what the hell was I thinking? I want children. I want to do this. I want a family. I want this. Like they see the freedom, or this they don't see that they're welcoming this oppression on themselves. They're pushing themselves down. They're putting more weight on themselves. And then when they get 40 and they have more freedom, they're looking around like, all right, I done wasted 20 years of my life going after all of these different things, and I pretty much put all my childhood dreams of a family and children to the side. And I thought about, I got to be mama. Not mama. I got to be this independent, successful person who is well educated, who leaves everybody else in the dust. Going against the Joneses is just a single mom or a single woman going against this family. So they have to be at a certain level. And it's seemingly oppressive to the person who's taking it on. And then they realize when they get to a certain age, after they reach a certain level of success, that they don't have what they actually wanted. But I digress. I'll let somebody else hit on that.
I think if a woman, which if you sit back and you think about it, I don't ever want to be, I have to be mindful that I'm not saying that I think a woman only needs to be a mother and a wife. Like that wouldn't be fair. I wouldn't want that only for my daughter if I had a daughter. You know what I mean? Like I would want her, if she wanted to be a doctor and that's what she wanted to be, I would encourage that. Mm-hmm. But I would also encourage her to either date a man that's 10 years older than her, or find someone who can build and is on the same direction as you are. Meaning, while you're in college and both of y'all ain't got nothing, find your husband then. You know what I'm saying? Find your husband then, and then y'all just build y'all stuff together. Or if you got a man that's 10 years older than you, if she wants to be a doctor, and he's a good dude, he's a level-headed guy, he's going to give you that space to operate that you need. Like he's going to give you that. You're going to have that. He's going to be able to provide for you. And when you need all that time to study and all these other things, you're going to get that.
Okay. I mean, if I may ask a question in reference to your statement, let's say, I don't know if you do have a daughter, but
I don't.
Then let's say hypothetically you did. Yeah. When is the age that you'll be okay, or that you think would be good for her to get married? Because it's usually men who are like around 27, they're not really successful. They're getting into their groove of finding out what they want. So like it's gonna be at least like 10 years before they actually in the groove, pushing towards that actual dream. So your daughter,
if she's in her 20s, like let's say she finished her undergraduate, right?
Yeah.
And she wants to go off to medical school because she wants to be a doctor, and she got accepted. She's in, and she's been seeing this guy, and now that she's going to medical school, time has passed, and they're together. So she would be about 21-ish, 22, something like that. I think 21. I don't know, whatever. Let's just say 21. Then if he's 31, 32 years old, they'll be fine.
Well, that's where, like, as far as families go, there was always a marrying.
About what time a man wants to settle down, right around there, like 29, 30, somewhere off in there.
I wanted to settle down at 18, 17. But like I can definitely understand what you're saying. I know I grew up in a very religious setting. And I always from a childhood thought about marriage. I always wanted to be married. But dang it, where was I going?
I would say I've thought about marriage, but I always was more concerned about the ritual.
I thought against marriage because I knew I could not keep them vows. I knew I wasn't gonna be able to keep them vows, so I just stayed away from it.
What?
There's a desire than that.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Chris.
Help me.
No, go ahead. No, I was just talking about what John was saying. There's a desire, and what my husband was saying with wanting to get married at 17. Like, you wanted to do it, but it was not the ideal time for a man to get married at 17, typically.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Chris.
I was going to say the layer to what John was saying is, when do you have time to find your spouse? Because I was pre-med, and
Mhm.
I left pre-med because I was like, based on this schedule,
You
I
can't
knew that
date.
things, it's extremely hard, and it's extremely competitive. And if you don't know how to pull yourself back into your femininity after being in that mindset for so long, finding a man will be extremely difficult. At least finding a man who is masculine. You might be able to find a man who's, a bit more on his feminine side, but that's where it gets difficult. Is it, should you pick a career where you can be a bit more flexible, like business management, human resources, accounting, and then later on you can pursue a career in, medical medicine. Like how do we have that conversation with our daughter so they can plan ahead? Like if you want a
It's something that
family,
you
And
really, it's a
also,
here's the
conversation you
route.
really need to have with them for real. Like you
I
got to
think
put it out there. Like, do you want this? How do you feel about this? Like, is
I,
this something that's burning in your soul? Because you
You
need to
I
gotta
make
think
keep
that
it
God is
real
going
with
to let you fulfill that.
I think that a conversation that's going to be really burning in their soul which is what I was trying to hit to earlier, but I ended up forgetting. Is about sex. And that's gonna become a question just because of social media, TV, all the different things is gonna be pushing in their mind sex, 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 and they're gonna be showing all these provocative things, and it's gonna become something. And unless your child is gonna be a virgin, as soon as they take a bite of that apple, they're going to be having sex with all different types of men. That's why I said there needs to be a vetting process, and depending on the daughter, she needs to get married at a younger age. Not saying like, oh yeah, you better get your 12-year-old and get her married like we're in some third world country, but I'm saying like in some states 16 and above is marriageable age, and not I'm not saying I agree or disagree. For those who would like to counsel me, you can kiss my ass, but like I'm saying, like you can
How
like
old is a teenager?
a teenager. Well, I would say I don't think about like how old is a teenager. I would say how old is a point where a person becomes an adult. And historically, at the age of 14, at least back in the 30s and before, a boy was considered a man at the age of 14. And then, even if you fall after the Jewish culture, they start having their bar mitzvah around that age.
it's not age though, it's
It's
experience.
not. It's yeah. Yeah.
They were groomed to be wives and groomed to be husbands.
Yes.
So in America, no, they're children. They're stupid.
But that's one of the elements that we need to be talking to our daughters about: sex. Because unless we're training them in that area as they're growing up from childhood, as soon as they go to that school, they're gonna learn all they need to know about sex. Especially if they're living on and if they're
Now
living
they
on
gonna learn
campus.
about homosex
They're gonna learn all the different things about sex,
Asexual.
and so we have to
and all
be
this
able
other.
to direct it, especially if they're going to be going to school outside of our state, city, or wherever we are. We have to teach them about sex, because I think it's an important factor so that our children aren't becoming hoes and just giving it up to everybody. And I think that's one of the main things that hurt our women, is because they're having sex with all these different dudes, taking on these different chemicals or the different biology of this man, and now they have these mental issues, and it's hard for them to connect with this man because they're not connected with these 32 dudes in the past 5 days.
I think it was interesting what Chris said, was that, being that she was a pre-med, and I back in my single days, I used to date women like that, and I find it funny that those type of women have a hard time being in relationships, but have easier access to sex. And it's kind of like one of those things that, I've always wondered that, like, okay, it's not like and I'm not saying you specifically, Chris. I'm saying is that, high intense work environment women find sex easily, but they cannot find relationships easily.
And they don't have time for a relationship.
Yeah.
No, they don't have any boundaries. That's what it is. Everyone would go, if someone had a shop, if someone had a store, and you knew as a man that you can go in there and pick whatever you wanted for free, if you said all the right things, you would only shop at that store. right?
Yeah.
It's not the fact that they're more desirable sexually. It's the fact that the man gets to put in a lot less to get
And get a lot more.
Yeah, whereas, sex used to be something that men worked hard for. It used to be valuable. Like, okay, I'm going to marry her. And then on our wedding night, like, this is what I earned. I had to work. I had to court her. I had to prove to her family that I was
And
good
get
enough to
past
be
her
with her.
daddy, her
Yep.
eight brothers,
Yes.
her
Yes.
mama, her grandmama.
Yeah. But
That's how
nowadays,
serious sex is.
Yep. And that's definitely like what my wife was saying. That's how serious sex was. Relationships was all about the union of the families. It wasn't just about the love between these two little kids or between this little couple. It was always about uniting families and combining assets. Oh, now this child, he gets or she gets all of these different things from the family. And that's something that we as a culture don't consider anymore. We just think about, oh, I had sex or I love this guy. It's always something that has to do with something that's irrelevant, like minor issues. And so, like, if there was a proper vetting process, and that always is done best through courting, and always done best courting through seeking out whoever this woman's authority is. But we take away the authority aspect because now, who's to say that this father is the authority over this woman?
Are the fathers competent enough? Like, that matters.
Yeah, but they even on that point, like I think that's really diluted, because if whatever you look at as far as fathers go, whether it be TV shows, whether it be whatever it really is, if it shows a father in it, it's more than likely going to show him as being some docile dumbass. Like, he has to be the weakest part of the family, and the woman has to be the most intelligent, the most forthcoming. She has to be the strength, and it's obvious that she is the strength of whatever is going on. And the dude is, hey honey, you think I can go and cut this grass with these scissors and be finished today? Like, no, honey, that's silly. Like, what the hell is going on? And I think that, like, a lot of the fathers are being pushed down, so it creates an issue with the family. At least, like, I think one of the political people, I forgot his name, but he was like an attorney general. He said if you keep saying something enough times, people are going to start believing it. I think George Bush retarded self said the same thing. And so, like, and I definitely believe it. If you keep saying something, any of us, if we keep telling ourselves something, like, say, like positive affirmations in the morning, like, if we keep on telling ourselves something, at some point we're gonna start believing it. Like children, like if they're always saying I'm fat, I'm stupid, they're gonna start getting depressed and actually start acting that out. And I had a brother who did that. Who he always said he was stupid, and then he started acting stupid, doing stupider things. Like, and I think that as far as with the fathers, I think that we're being taught that fathers are more useless because men are more useless because women don't need men. But I digress. I don't want to continue on that.
You are almost all the way awake, so let me go ahead and wake you all the way up. All right. There are two special interest groups, really just one, but they're connected. The feminist group and the LGBTQ are influencing society. You can believe it, not believe it, but the proof is in the pudding. The writing is on the wall. Who do you think own the media companies that you watch these shows? And they vet what shows go on these
the Jewish people.
The Jewish people, that the gay people, homosexuals are deep. LGBTQ has a strong media influence, a very strong media influence. As a matter of fact, the one who wrote what's that show about medicine? I stopped watching it. No.
Grey's Anatomy?
Scrubs.
Exactly. Chandra is the president of the board of the LGBTQ. You understand?
Who is
she has a deal. Chandra, whatever her name is. Huh?
Grimes.
Yeah, Chandra Grimes. I don't know if she got in bed with Netflix or whatever, but you can't go on Netflix and saying original. I bet you can't find 10 that don't have a homosexual sex and act in it. I bet you can't. It went from where you couldn't find a show that had it to where you can't find a show that does. So I got rid of Netflix. I no longer watch Netflix, Hulu, Amazon. I got rid of all three. Right now, why do you think? And even in the movies that's coming up, you know who's the heroes now? Women. You know who's the weakling? The man. The wife has to save the husband from an attack of another man. I'd like to see this shit happen in real life. Don't believe it. You would never get me to believe it, because I know that a 12-year-old boy can beat the brakes off a grown-ass woman who goes to the gym. I promise you that. I'm talking about an athletic woman. He could tear her ass out the frame and ain't nothing she could do about it but take it. He'd beat her all the way up.
That's something that me and my wife talks about often, as far as even little boys compared to grown women, and which is why like it. And also another thing before I
start snapping back at their mama at 12, they know they can do what they can do to their mama. It's like, I am not scared of you.
I think that's where men. That's where often around that age, women would give them up. Those independent women will flip it and try to push that child to the father. Now you're going to stay with your daddy because I can't handle you anymore.
I've given you everything you ever asked for. I've ruined you, and I've made you this spoiled ass son. I remember when my homeboy, I ain't gonna name his name because he probably watching, when he got his son, and he told his son to go out there and cut the grass. He said, I don't feel like cutting no grass. He said, I couldn't hear you. What was your answer? I couldn't hear you. Come here. So he got him to stand up, and he came over. Now, dude is like my homeboy, like 6'5", 285 pounds. He from the country. He do not play. He like heated on this side. He said, "You can hear me?" I said, "Oh." He said that. I said, it gets better. So he walks over there to him, and my homeboy hits him so hard in the chest, he knocks his damn breath completely out of him. He stood over. He said, "I don't know what you're used to, but this is what you got. Get out there and cut that grass before I do something real bad to you, boy." And he said he got up, picked himself, caught his breath, and he ain't had no trouble out of him since. That was it. That was the end of it. His dominant reign was over.
I do want to say for the record,
was done.
I do want to say for the record that Law Library audiobooks and discussions do not condone abuse. I don't think that anybody on this panel condones abuse, but we definitely understand where John is coming from.
That was not abuse. That was not abuse. That was men-to-men relations and correction. I totally agree.
You know what? Then nobody on this panel agrees with assault and battery, since they're both but we do understand where this father is coming from as far as his child is going. All right, guys. Unless CKQ, if you're just talking to us, I don't know if you were.
I was actually talking to you, not the law and library audiobooks, but you personally. Do you think that what the father did was a good strategic move?
He does.
Hold on, I'll let my wife answer that.
I'm sure he does.
All right, so as far as that situation goes, I think it was I can see it. I've had it happen to me. I think but there should be more of a warning, like a conditional threat. Like you have to at least let them know, hey, this is about to happen. It's about to get real. It's about to get real.
But he questioned him. Wasn't that already a warning enough? It's kind of like
well, like I can understand that question though.
Jackson's like, say what again?
I can understand that question, but you have to let them know that the question is a threat. Like from the way he formulated that question, it was like, wait, what did you say? Let me make sure. Did you not hear me? He's like, no, I heard you. What do you mean? Like he was like, oh, yeah, what are you talking about? Of course I heard you right here. It was like he didn't understand the threat.
It's not kind of fair to the boy because his mama did it. So
there was a security guard.
That's why you got to shock him out of it. That's just it.
There was a security guard in Florida who chest checked a kid, and he got fired, and he's in jail for assault of a minor.
Yeah, you gotta be careful who you put your hands on. You know.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. I am pro chest checking his men. I don't think dudes should be fired. I'm
I don't,
Yeah,
but it's not, you have to also see like somebody else's child. Like, let's say somebody chest checked my son, and it's not necessarily something that I would deem justified. Now I'm coming to chest check this dude because he done chest check my son for something I don't think is justified. Like, let's say my child said damn in front of somebody, and I don't think that's a bad word. Or it was talking about hell, and I don't think that's a bad word. But this dude said it is a bad word to him, and he chest check him. Like, I'm gonna be like, hey, what are you doing? Why are you chest checking my son? Now, if my son is being disrespectful to another man, like I would be understanding of that because that's not being taught. Whether it be children respecting men or their elders, like I don't, or women respecting men, like it's definitely being pushed to respect a woman, but it's the respect of men is not being pushed.
But how do you have respect in an immoral society? In a society where immorality is ruled today, how do you keep the respect from diminishing because the people that are propagating this, are proponents for this, they don't have self-respect.
Well, so that's the thing.
The children aren't going to have respect.
So moral,
to answer your question,
a hard bar to hold across the line for everyone because morals differ from person to person.
Man, back in the day, back in the days, we used to whip everybody. Everybody got a whooping. Everybody got a whooping. And I don't understand why we've gotten this far in society to where everybody's just unrehensible or you can't check nobody.
Well,
and I'm sorry, we used to be in a society in which we used to be saying, hey, little Johnny was acting up, I snatched him up, and now you take over.
But that's the thing though.
Now we're putting qualifiers. Well, it has to be.
Well, we don't even have
it has to be hard. It has to be this way. It has to be that way. No, back in the days there was no rules to nothing. If Johnny messed up, Johnny got checked by everybody.
And that's what I was saying though. That's what I was saying. Yeah. Like back because I grew up in that era, like and that stuff was still happening like in the late 80s. And so like say like growing up, I did something in my neighborhood. My neighbor came over and busted my butt because they saw it was wrong. And then I told my mom, thinking like this did this. My mom gave me a whooping
because you embarrassed her.
Yeah, because not only that, but she did you do this? And then when she found out, she was like, "Oh, okay, thank you." And now I from my mom, like, "Oh, you know what? That was just a precursor to what's going on here." And I think that is something. Well, I think.
We as a people separate our culture from everybody else, and we've lost the things that made us separate. We've lost those things. You can say what you want to say, but y'all know that white kids are better than black kids when they were out in public. I don't care. That's what I've always witnessed. Why? Because they don't spank. We do, and that was a big difference. Our cultures have crossed, mixed up, messed over, and we don't have. Look at the Chinese leaders. You ain't changing the way they do things. Look at the Jap. If you really went inside, has anybody on this panel ever been with a Japanese person intimately to the point to where you saw how the family and the culture, how they live? They are strict. They are strict. Don't tell me nothing about a Japanese friend that you had who was Americanized and they ain't from their culture. I'm talking about the ones like from Okinawa, got the accent, they just barely speak English. They are strict. I'm talking about strict. Like their children don't even have toys. They don't believe in their children playing with toys. They no. And you wonder why they're so good at science and damn math. They don't sit up and play and ruin their brain cells like that. They don't watch TV. They don't do those things. They just don't. And that would be construed as what? Abuse. But they don't let people into their culture is what I'm saying. Blacks, on the other hand, because we need to find this identity, we need the approval. Right? Well, what do you think I should do? Well, I believe you should talk to him and see if he know 285 words if he got a real good damn high IQ. What you gonna tell him? Now, baby, mama had a long day and I need you to sit down and not, he finna fall out in your face. And then you tell him to put on timeout, and he ain't studying no timeout. He leaves from there. Then you say, oh my God, you start crying, you don't know what to do. He's still for having a fit. But if you whop him on his ass, he will understand immediately. No need for all the talking. Just pop him on them damn little thighs. He will get the point. But no, that's abuse. No, you can't do that. But the same people who are pushing for you not to have to do this, they sitting on damn grand juries saying that there's enough evidence to go forward. Then they sitting on juries locking your damn children up that you should have been chastising on your own by yourself for hiding their ass in jail behind these long ass sentences.
Yep, I definitely agree. All right, guys.
The whole system is designed for little black boys to fail.
Yeah, you gotta realize with Japan though, their whole culture, like you said, obviously is different, even with the parents. So
they don't allow these people in America to influence their shit. They don't let you in. You see, Japanese people fuck with Japanese people right here. They don't talk to nobody that ain't from there about their business. None of that.
But after like the first and second generation, it kind of fall off. I see it.
I think once you get younger than me and younger than Clement, I think it's starting to switch a little bit.
Because I'm from Oakland, I'm from San Francisco. The first generation of the ones that moved here, I can see that cultural standard. Second generation, and then that third generation is just off the chain, and that's when you see the poverty and the uneducated rate. So I don't like it. I don't always like loving other cultures or admiring other cultures based on their movement to America on the first generational side, because I've seen it verbatim in my sight how the second generation, you got to understand there's Asian people with gold teeth right now in Oakland. You get what I'm saying?
This is America. That's how it is.
Yeah, it is America.
So while
you go to Japan, you don't see that shit.
Yeah. So
the liberal mindset is spreading though.
So while I appreciate like the original ideas of their culturalism, I also say, you know what, this is America. Once you get some fried chicken out here, it's a wrap.
I think that's where I think someone was saying earlier, the blending of cultures. I think we still have to have like a base culture that we all follow by, but be willing to accept other cultures. So I think where the issue comes is whenever we say, oh, all cultures are equal, all different people are equal, let's just blend it all together and become a melting pot of a bunch of different things. No, because then you have different mindsets. Like I would say Christianity is a culture, or like devout Christianity is a culture. And a lot of them, like let's say devout ones, they're going to be pushing against other cultures that are like, I would say they're going to push against Islam. They're going to push against the LGBT, IMG, whatever. Like they're going to be pushing against that culture. The devout ones are going to be pushing against a lot of different things, abortion, XYZ. So like, to say, oh, let's just intertwine everything, I think it really hurts whatever culture that a person is following, or their base culture, or their base belief. Mm-hmm. All right. So, anybody else got anything to put in there before we go to the next question? All right. Awesome. Are there any negative setbacks to women's rights and privileges?
Many.
All
right, would you like to expound?
Devil's advocate.
Yeah, he is.
It's a fun spot.
It is. You know what? I think CKQ is trying to get back at me now because I do always go on the opposite end on his page, but that's neither here nor there.
I digress.
All right, so I think well, you know what? Let's let the women go first. I want to go first. All right, Maddie.
So you're muted. Did you want to go, Chris? Because you haven't really been first.
No, I thought Miss Help Me was going to go first.
Yeah, go ahead.
She said her answer already.
Yeah, I just said Minnie. I'm a little bit relaxed off of these drinks, so but it's just a lot. I don't know. Yeah.
She been drinking.
Hey, yo, I'm right there with you, Miss Helpmate. I'm like, look, there is a limit. There is a limit.
Yeah.
Y'all drunk asses on the panel.
Wait.
Hey, look,
Did you find the bottom of the cup? That's the real question.
I do.
About 3 times, yeah.
You didn't find the bottom of that bottle though, so I don't know.
Hey, how many kids do y'all have?
How many? What?
How many kids do y'all have?
And all I have 8.
You're gonna have 9 after the night.
We have preventative measures.
Yeah, we have. Although we enjoy the practice, we have preventative measures. All right. So, I guess
real talk. Before we switch to the real subject, I spend Monday through Friday. I do CrossFit. I drink nothing but gallons of water all week. Friday is my day. So you caught me on a really good moment to where it's like, look, I need my drink today. So I'm enjoying this. This is the first time, and I don't know, the longest time I've been enjoying myself. You really brought together a good group of people. I just want to say that.
Most
I love
definitely.
you, man.
This is what happens. This is why men can't be emotional.
Well, hey, you know what? And I think even on that point, I think CKQ is correct, and it brought something to mind. Like, one thing that men don't do is really show a lot of emotions. But whenever guys get together and especially drink, like we'll start getting together and start crying about life. We'll start, man, life is working hard, man. I hate my job, man. My wife keep on nagging, man. You're like, man, I feel you, man. And that's exactly how they cry. They have like a real deep childhood cry.
Like hello.
Just slobbing and everything, just letting it go.
Hold it together, still trying to hold it together as hard as you can, but it's falling apart.
Yeah. And I really appreciate you guys joining me on this voyage, man. I think that even the next show is gonna bring forth more controversial questions. But
there are some setbacks though to women's rights era. Like, I think a lot of women are pushing back, especially women who love men, who want to be feminine. We're like, you're messing it up for the rest of the women, because a lot of men are becoming fed up and just sick of the independent woman mindset and the way that we portray that we don't need a man. It's kind of messing up the natural dynamics, I suppose.
I agree. I was about to say that too, but you took the words right out my mouth. So yeah, and you know what, Maddie, it looked like you was trying to say something.
I was going to say I definitely agree. I think, especially when we touched base about it a little bit earlier, I think that a lot of women are kind of contradictory. I think the world is pretty much a whole contradiction, because people say one thing and then do another and then say something else. And I think that's kind of like what women's rights are. It's like, we want to be this, we want to be that, we want to be this, but then we tend to complain about the things that we do get. And so I do think that the setbacks are kind of just like our innate nature to be feminine and a woman. Of course, there's a deviation, but for the people that want to be feminine and understand what it is to be a woman, I think that the setbacks are, you can't really. I lost my train of thought.
You know, and if I can go to jump onto yours, like I think that there are women who was pushing for the feminist type thing, but I think that there is a lot of women who are growing up still like, hey, no, I like chivalry. I like these different things that happen before feminists really push their agenda. Why can't I get that? I think overall that there is setbacks for women, but I think that there's also benefits to the rights that they have. They get to have a lot of different things with little to no responsibility or accountability. Which if I as a man, which I don't necessarily want it, but if I could do a lot of different things without responsibility and accountability, without somebody saying, no, you can't do that or you shouldn't do that, like I would enjoy it. Like a woman can come up to me. Now, granted, I would sue the dog shit out of her, but a woman could come up to me and slap me, and women would be okay with that. They would automatically, maybe he deserved it.
Right.
But if I slap the dog,
more than likely you deserved it. That's just how they see it.
Uh-huh.
And it's interesting.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say it's interesting because it's almost like the women's rights. It includes like demoting and bashing men. It's like that is not. I can't think of one scenario where it's like pro women and it doesn't include anti men in the narrative or in the subconscious or whatever they promote, because it's kind of just like we said, we've crossed this line. We've gone over the line of I want my rights to you're infringing on my rights, and everything that you do is toxic to my freedom and to my rights.
Well, that's because of back in, I would say, the 50s and the 60s when they was pushing the feminist type thing, there was a instance of, I would say, and you guys got to forgive me for it, and viewers, toxic masculinity. I'm just going to throw it out there. There was a form of it back then, or like a form of oppressive, not even toxic masculinity, but just oppressive type thing that's being pushed for women in some instance. So they've taken it from then and try to bring it up into now, acting like they still don't have rights. And so they want to try to bring it to the far left rather than to the far right. So like I think that if women actually,
you got to follow the money sometimes. Sometimes you got to understand these organizations, once they get the bill signed, they need to remain an entity. You need to spend the money, so I think sometimes that's what happens is that, once the civil rights bill gets signed, you move on to a different topic, but then what are those topics? Who are you trying to appease? Who are you trying to get the votes for? What congregation or coalitions are you trying to grow? I think feminism essentially is just tagging on to whatever is hot for a majority of women. They're just basically doing surveys saying, hey, if you don't like frying pans that don't have left hand ability, then we're for that. So I think sometimes there's a difference between what's actually on the street that's going on and what actually women want.
Yes.
There are some injustices. Don't get me wrong. America has not been fair on many fronts. It's always been a white male dominant country. But essentially, there is a point to where, it goes too far and it doesn't really help, or it's not really beneficial to all people. It's just beneficial to a small segment. And people will donate and people will cling to segments and other things.
And I mean, I do want to make sure that I put out there, like it's not just like a completely like no black, no Hispanic has ever had like any positions of power. I just want to say that there has been like black men that have been very successful, even throughout like the chattel slavery. There's been a lot of men who was very successful. They had money, they had cars, they were black. And I mean, even the first president, I think his name was like John Carter or something like that. He was the first black president before even the Confederation that was created by George Washington. So like like I do want to put out there we can be successful even above white men, but like we have to just work harder and if we were more communal, like we could have more benefits. Like I look at like the Indian people or like even the Arab people, they are more communal. And they'll work together, and that's why you see almost every Indian person is like a doctor, psychiatrist, or something like that. All these Afghanians have businesses; they're working together. All the Hispanics are working together. They're living together. They got a business together, and they're building together. But we are more crab or more. I gotta be better than this dude, but that's what's being taught to us. So I do want to. I just wanted to throw that out there. We can be successful, but we got to be more communal and more trying to lift each other up, and not just saying it because it's becoming diluted now. Hey man, I love my black women. I love my black kings or whatever you want to call ourselves. But I think that we actually got to put those things into action and start showing it, investing in this guy that got a dream for this business and lawn care, or investing in this guy that want to be a lawyer, and then see if we get some type of residual back from it in the future. But I digress.
I agree.
I think.
I know that voice. I know that
Listen,
voice.
what do you mean? I'm just voicing an opinion, and that I think y'all are tripping. I don't know. I didn't see any negative setbacks from women's rights.
I was going to add on one. Though. Go ahead.
Wait, say that again.
I was going to add on one other setback, but go ahead.
Okay. I don't think I see any setbacks from any women's rights. I think the choices that women are making is what's setting them back. I don't think the rights themselves are setting women back.
Good
Well,
point, Camille.
I think the rights are in a way, because it's almost like for the women.
Name one.
Well, I'm going to say for the women that didn't want to have certain rights or have certain things. Oh, you got to put me on big screen.
Sorry, I had to.
I think for the women that didn't want those certain rights, now you're kind of looked at as like less than or other or weird for still wanting those things. So I think that's just one of the setbacks, is that you have this kind of anti of the group of women that didn't ask for it. And you're seen as like, I know, like all of those terms that Chris was talking about earlier that are given to women that want to be traditional, the pick-me's, the this, the that. And it's like, if you're not agreeing with us, if you're not with us, then you're against us. And it's like, no, I just kind of want to do my own thing. I didn't ask to have this excessive amount of responsibility. You know, I think rights are good and things are great, but I do think that having certain rights makes the women that didn't ask for those things look bad, if that makes sense.
And that's where I still got to push back a little bit. That's where I still say, even though, yes, it makes you feel uncomfortable that you can't pick that choice that you want anymore, is no one's saying that you can't pick that choice. All they did was added another choice for other women that say, I don't want the cookie cutter life. I want to go my own path. All they did was added another choice like that.
They didn't, I don't think
One
that,
made. Oh,
sorry.
Go ahead.
No, I just don't think that the women had the, I don't know. It's just like with more rights, obviously come more responsibilities. So it's kind of like, I don't think that you can just assume all women have the proper mindset to make these certain choices. Like, for instance, abortion rights. I don't think that's a good right to have, because a lot of women who get pregnant or in certain situations are somewhat mentally compromised. They don't really, especially the ones who don't have support, they don't really know what choice is best for them. Sometimes they just think, well, let me just get rid of this mistake. Let me not hold myself accountable and just get rid of it. Now, that's one thing I think that is bad about women's rights, honestly.
Yeah, and I definitely agree with that.
You think it's bad?
What did you say, CKQ?
And reproductive rights, essentially, you think is bad?
No, I don't think that's what she necessarily is saying.
Abortion rights, I think it's bad, because I know people say it's their body, but it's literally not your body. It's a whole new set of cells that is literally another life, another heart, another mind. If you're spiritual, another soul, and you're deciding to terminate it because it's inconvenient for you, and that's the majority of abortions is just inconvenient. So I think that if you want to word it that way, yeah, I would say so.
And just to double tap on that, just to I guess throw a little bit of what did the other Fresh and Fit do? Oh, they throw in statistics. Like definitely as far as abortion goes, I think it was either 1 or 0.1% have an abortion due to incest and rape.
0.
And I think almost all of the other ones, there was I think maybe like a small percentage, maybe equal for those who do it because it's life threatening as far as abortions go, and then the rest of them are due to convenience. It's not going to be beneficial. I'm not going to be able to take care of the child, or a list of other excuses.
And you have the right to kill a child or yourself, but I don't think we should be making it come out of taxes, or we should be aiding people in that. If you want to make such a heavy decision, that should be all on you.
But one thing I was also looking at this week as far as laws go, like I said, I am a student. I'm going to be a future paralegal. But one thing I had seen is that there's something called feticide. And if you don't know what that is, that's where if you beat this woman and she's pregnant and the baby dies, then you get hit with feticide, which is killing that baby. But a woman can go and kill that unborn child in her stomach and then not be considered feticide. And I think that that's a right or a privilege that a woman has. She's able to kill this child, but if like, and I don't condone abuse, but
Not in Texas, baby.
oh yeah, not in Texas.
Texas got the toughest abortion law in the land.
But I do have to say, as far as that goes, it's only after 6 weeks. So if they decide to do it at 4 weeks, I mean, if they decide to do it before 6 weeks, then they can get an abortion according to their laws that they set up. But
Yeah,
after 6 weeks,
it doesn't have a heartbeat.
Abortion.
but most people don't know that they're pregnant until 6 weeks.
It does have a heartbeat. The heart is the first thing.
The thing about abortion. The thing about abortion is that, you know, hey, man, let everybody see this darkness, man.
Wait, what?
I think he wants a spotlight.
Oh, he wants to put him.
I want the spotlight.
Yeah.
How you gonna hate on me, guys?
My bad. Hey, I've been drinking.
You've been drinking.
But the thing about abortion is not necessarily it's not a fight about the fetus. It's really about the privacy and the medical procedures. In terms of what if they passed a law that said that circumcision is illegal? You know, these are the type of situations that we put ourselves into in terms of governing human behavior and governing human bodies.
I must interject.
Okay, go ahead, interject.
I know you was going on over a point, but like to say circumcision, which is your body, comparing it to abortion, which is another body, it takes away from it. Like it takes away from that being a completely different entity, in which some people would call a parasite.
I think he's talking about if you take your child to go get cut up, you know, their penis cut up and stuff.
Oh, the child to go get it
so
done.
they don't have a choice, and some people are arguing that right now, like it's mutilation. They're saying all kinds of stuff.
Yeah. So abortion, while it is a necessary fight in terms of life and you're kind of categorizing or characterizing what is life, but it is a bigger picture in terms of what you want to do with your medical provider. A person should have the right to go to a medical provider and have the operations that are necessary with the privacy that is necessary. So
I agree, but
okay.
when it comes to do with somebody else's life, that's when it's different. If a woman wants to go get her uterus removed, she can do that. If she wants to make it impossible for her to have children, whatever. She can do that. But when it comes to now you're taking another's life, that's an issue because you can't take away, like, we can't just kill our babies. Like, this is totally not what I thought it would be. And I would like to elect my child to be killed through chemical means so it won't suffer or whatever.
Euthanasia.
You
Yeah,
know what?
euthanasia or something.
And that's exactly what
Like,
it is.
That's pretty much how I see it. It's no.
Well, I understand. I understand, and we can trust me. We can debate all night about whether at what point does life exist. But I as a man, trust me, we go down a slippery slope in which when does masturbation become illegal?
It's our body, your choice. That's the literal term of your body, your choice. Do what you want to do.
Mhm.
Okay, exactly. So that's my point. Is once we say okay, no abortions, then those people with that money and that zeal and that Zionists say, hey, men, you can't abort because technically, or you can't masturbate because technically you are in the process of creating life. And you're willing to kill that life. So then,
yeah, but I think heartbeat.
Well, like
heartbeat,
even
heartbeat
I'm
is
telling
really
you,
weird.
all I'm saying is
I hear what he's saying though.
I hear what you're trying to say.
What I'm saying is that it gets down a slippery slope. Once you move from one point and you conquer that, then you move to another point, just like feminism. Once you get equal rights, then you move to another point. Once you get from outlawing abortion, then you say, okay, well then, hey men, you can't masturbate because this is the start of life.
I think, but as far as like the abortion topic, which is going to be a future discussion, definitely a future discussion. I think that it shouldn't be something where taxpayers or everybody else has to pay for it or to assist it. It should be something that
you want it, you need to pay for it.
Yeah, you want it, you have to pay for all of it. And not insurance pay for it unless insurance companies want to, but it should be something that's out of pocket. And before all of these different, before Planned Parenthood and all these different corporations was being funded, people was going to Mexico because it was too cheap, it was too expensive here to do it. They was going to all these different places, and you know what was happening? The mortality was high. They was dying because there wasn't the proper care.
Yeah.
But if we have these places like Planned Parenthood, they're gonna make sure that you can afford the proper care, which would be thousands and thousands of dollars because the taxpayers are paying for it. You're not paying for it.
No. I'm sorry. Planned Parenthood does not get the funding. They get donations. There are people who are behind Planned Parenthood who there's enough money in the pot to industrialize this system. So I don't think it's necessarily a government funded issue. It's a rights issue. It's not a government issue. If you were to say, hey, end all funding to Planned Parenthood by federal government, Planned Parenthood would still survive because of donations.
Well, that's the thing. That's actually what's being fought for right now, as far as Planned Parenthood goes. That's something that's been fought for ever since like the early 2000s, as far as the government funding Planned Parenthood. So when you say that it's not a government funding thing, like primarily, like although there may be donations that go into Planned Parenthood, I think that the primary monies that's going to it is government funded, taxpayer type things.
No. The primary money is coming from donations. I trust me. I love Planned Parenthood. Planned Parenthood kept me from getting women pregnant because Planned Parenthood offered free condoms. Now they do get money for the condoms and the AIDS research, but they do not get money for abortions. So there's a mix-up. Like I said, we got to get our information straight. There are Planned Parenthoods in Texas. There are Planned Parenthoods all across the country. These are companies that use AIDS funding, use single motherhood funding, use male condom distribution funding. But essentially, abortion. Let's just bring it back to the fact that abortion is about getting people's the medical process that they want. So I like I said, I'm for abortion. I'm not like, no matter where you lie on the morality side of abortion, whether it's right or wrong, abortion is the fight in which, like I said, you have the right to go to a doctor, you have the right to have the medical procedure that you want, and with the privacy that you want. So
I definitely think there needs to be that same privacy, whether it be HIPAA or whatever. But I still stick to what I had said about it not being something that's government funded, especially if people who don't agree with it are paying. But unless somebody else wanted to talk on that point or on another instance, I want to go to the next question.
I want to ask
because just
really
like, you know what, huh?
I want to ask something really fast. I didn't mean to cut you off. Sorry.
No, it's okay. Go ahead.
Just one setback. I think one of the biggest setbacks with women entering the workforce was them diluting the workforce, and then, you know, supply and demand. The more workers that entered the workforce, the the price of them went down. You know, the demand stayed the same, the supply went up, the price went down. And a lot of the issues that we're seeing today are actually a result of women diluting the workforce nearly doubling, you know, within like 15, 20 years. And, you know, what's funny is that we always talk about now how, well, women have to work. We always back to that, this idea of like scarcity. Well, I have to work because if I don't work, you know, we can't afford our rent because we need two incomes. And it's just so interesting that a lot of this started because of a lot of the rights that were awarded and a lot of the things that were being pushed. I do agree with what Clement was saying, though. Like, it's not necessarily the rights; it's how the rights are being exercised. There's a lot of fear and scarcity, which is that's what's leading a lot of these things. You know, women aren't saying, "Oh, I want to work because I want the experience," or "I want to be able to support my partner if something were to happen to him." They're basically saying, well, there's a higher chance that he won't be here at all, you know, because all men are horrible, that type of mindset. Or when it comes to reproductive rights, it's, again, back to fear, this idea of, or with that, I would say it's more so not knowing what the consequences are. That goes back to women not having to assume as much responsibility, because a lot of women don't know what happens in an abortion. They have no idea because they don't tell them. And so when you walk around and unfortunately for women, a lot of the negative setbacks come from not educating themselves on the rights that they have and the responsibilities and the consequences that come with those rights. And that is extremely unfortunate. And at some points, it seems very positive because it feels as though you have all the freedoms, you have all the control, you have all the power. But at some point, you do have to look in the mirror and acknowledge the decisions that you made. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Whoop whoop! I like that. Does anybody else have any thing to put on to that? All right. So we're gonna move on to the next question and the last question, hopefully. If a woman dresses like what is considered historically to be a whore or a prostitute, is it okay if a man asks a woman, "Hey, are you a hoe?" Or like, are you just? Because now, granted, let's.
That's how you say.
Yeah, like, because I know politically correct and all the different things, but like, in order to save face for a man, especially because in this society, it's hard to tell between the two, between this hoe over here and this woman. And I do give a divide because, I mean, there's females and there's women. But, like, is it okay for a man to say, hey, or like what John said, are you working? I guess since the ladies went first last time, the ladies can go first this time too.
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
Oh, damn.
He set us up, damn boy. He set us up.
I can go first this time since I think Maddie went first last time. I definitely think so. I like Dave Chappelle's example with the cop where he was saying, if a man dresses like a cop and you go up to him and you're like, hey, I need help. And the guy's like, I'm not a cop. They'd be like, well, why are you dressed like a cop? And you can actually go to prison for impersonating a cop. Not saying women should go to prison for impersonating a prostitute, but hey. But yeah, I definitely think so. I definitely think that's a huge double standard, and that goes back to the lack of discipline that we have in our culture, mainly making people believe that they can do things without consequences, that their actions have no consequences, that with freedoms there are no responsibilities, and this is the setback with having a society that is so free, is that you start to forget. It's kind of like you want to be so free that you begin to infringe on other people's rights, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
You want to be so, yeah. But yes, I totally agree with this question. I think this question highlights so many double standards that we see nowadays, where we want certain people to feel good, but by trying to get those people to feel good, you're censoring other people and you're taking away their rights. And it's extremely unfortunate.
And I definitely, just to give a little bit, I think that you're definitely correct. It sort of censors, like, say, like it takes away my ability to say that this person is fat and unhealthy. You need to fix that, and that's where I was alluding to with the politically correct. But I digress because I want to hear everybody else.
All right, I guess I'll go. Yeah, I think that I agree with you. The political correctness does kind of dissolve that conversation and, doesn't allow people to kind of get to the point and say what they need to say. We live in a world where we kind of tap around the truth, beat around the bush, whatever you want to say. And it does show that double standard. So I do think that it should be okay to ask that. And it's interesting because it kind of just shows how and where people are at. Like if my friends and I are going out to eat or do something, most of the time, all the time, we're pretty honest with each other. Like, don't wear that. Your breasts are out. You're looking crazy. Don't do that. So we have that level of honesty. So when you go out and someone is asking you that, it's interesting that women, we don't take a look at ourselves sometimes. If we do get defensive or offended, it's kind of like, okay, well, dang, what was I showing or broadcasting that kind of gave that image? Not like, you're wrong, I don't look like that, or why are you, getting defensive and angry? Just like, oh shoot, what was I giving away to be seen that way? It's interesting how people's minds think, though. I think that's kind of reveals the double standards and reveals people's personalities and where we're at in today's society.
I definitely agree, and I think a main issue that women have had as far as being asked questions, especially from men, because men won't just walk up to a woman and say, "Are you working?" But if, like, let's say a woman has a little pudge or a little pooch, and like, "Are you pregnant? How far along are you?" And women would get offended by certain questions. And back in the days, grandma would tell you if you was looking like a little hoe. But we don't have the same grandmas. Grandmas these days are tricking at 45 years old.
My grandma's rough. She'll tell me, "Don't wear that lipstick. You look ridiculous. Don't wear that." But now
tell me when my hips are getting too wide. They don't do that out there. Like, girl, them hips is getting a little big over there.
Yeah.
Like, grandma, wait a minute. I thought she was going to be
everybody. She had to say it to you. She won't please to have nothing.
Right.
Grandma ain't got no filter.
None.
And I think that's something that's missing from us as a society. Those honest grandmas that's going to be telling us the truth and telling us how we actually looked. And so, like, as we progress as a society and being more gentle with people because of their emotions, let people be, because you don't want to hurt feelings and people killing themselves for XYZ. I think that we're creating a situation where we're dependent on people stroking us, and we're like, from childhood we're in a victim mentality, and it's definitely creating a lot more issues for us moving on as we grow older. Now we're going to keep that victim mentality no matter what it is. It might not be the same thing as a child, but we create victim mentalities out of a lot of different things. I even remember doing the same thing as myself, going through depression as a young adult. So yeah, I think I definitely agree with Chris. But did you go yet? All right.
The question.
Yes.
I don't think it's out of place if a man asks that question, because there are still real live prostitutes and whores, and some men might be honestly confused, and some men are confused because they'll approach a woman just to hook up, and then the woman will be mad and say all men are trash and just want one thing, but all you're broadcasting is one thing, sex. So it can't be confused. Like this lady speaking to, she said her coworkers said that she dressed like a slut, pretty much. Like, they were honest with her, and she made a post on this little exercise site, and all the girls was on her side, like, oh, that's not right. And I had to give her a different perspective, like, well, you're presenting yourself that way. Just like me, when I was younger, I used to present myself as a gothic punk rocker chick from California. And then people started looking at me a certain way, started assuming certain things about me. And I had to decide if I was okay with those assumptions or not. You can't try to filter people's ideas or perspectives and say, don't judge a book by its cover, don't judge me. We're supposed to judge. That's how we protect ourselves. That's how we make the right decisions. And sometimes the poor decisions. But, like, you have to present yourself how you want to be treated.
Yeah.
Simple.
And I definitely agree with that as well, because, I mean, even from childhood, we're taught that, people say you don't judge a book by its cover. But then if somebody is dressed in raggedy clothes with dirt on them and they smell like pee, your first initial thought is that this dude is homeless. I mean, you see somebody that's dressed in a military uniform walking around and saying left, right, you at first assume that they are in the military. You see somebody with a badge on, black clothes, with a pistol on his side, you assume that they are a police officer. Mm-hmm. So like what people don't understand is that these costumes that we're wearing is going to bring a certain mentality forward. Like whenever I receive different respects from people whenever I have a pistol on my hip. I would walk to the store. I would walk in the store with a pistol on my hip, and I would have a white, like every time, I don't know how, but almost every time it was a white dude that was opening the door for me. Like, and like I walk in and the dude would be like, hey, here you go, sir. How you doing today? And I'm like, I'm doing good. And people would let me in front in line, and I would get treated completely different. But if I didn't have a pistol on, the person, they wouldn't even acknowledge that I was there. They would open the door for themselves and go in almost like they slid in through the door, and just so I can have to open it up by myself completely.
Yeah, but even with that, like, it's still a cultural thing too. People have to understand, you have to be realistic. Like, okay, in this culture, what do whores look like? In this culture, what do thugs look like? Or, you have to be aware of those different things and operate appropriately.
I just wanted to add. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. No,
I just wanted to add to like the huge like support for sex workers in our generation and society today. So it's interesting that we have this like huge broadcast of support sex workers. They're people. But then when people get asked if they're a sex worker, they're like, how dare you?
Yeah. And then there's this gray area in sex workers too. They're like, well, it's technically not sex work because I don't do anything physical, but you're still trading some type of sexual arousal for something, in exchange. So it's still sex work. So there's still some type of shame in there. Every time I talk to sex workers, I hear a little bit of shame. There's some of those diehard ones though. like hoe tatted on them. Like, I don't care, you know. But for the most part, most women don't want to even be called a sex worker. They try to call it something else fancy.
And I think also that this day and age always, well, not always, but often try to take away the shame out of the things that we once seen as negative. They'll try to take out the shame of male or female going out having sex with everybody. Everybody does this. Nobody should be pushing somebody down for their bad choices they made when they were young. No, you made these choices when you was from 16 to 32. You can't try to make that excuse after you reached a certain age.
Women are like,
it's a shame for that. It's not good. That's all it's saying whenever they say it's a shame, but they try to downplay shame. They try to make shame a bad word. But I digress.
Yeah, the new thing right now is don't ask women how many bodies they have. That doesn't matter. And those are all that tells men all they need to know. You got a lot of bodies and you're offended by somebody asking you.
Mm-hmm. You can ask a man how much money he makes, and that's okay. That's what's so annoying about now. Like, oh my gosh, it's so frustrating. One thing that really bothers me is they push this narrative, and sorry, I get so frustrated with this topic. But okay, so I'll tell this quick story. When I started college, they pushed this idea of positive affirmations. Like, you put sticky notes on your mirror that tell you that you're beautiful, tell you that your weight doesn't matter. Just a bunch of BS, pretty much. And one day I realized, I was like, when I'm doing this, I'm convincing myself that these things are true when they're not. Okay, I was like 15 pounds overweight when I was in college. And then I go out and I expect other people to also think these things about me. And then when they don't, I get triggered. And then I was thinking, the reason why people get triggered and when they feel ashamed is because they know deep down that it's true, but they're trying so hard to train themselves that is not. And if you have to train yourself that hard, that is not. Oh, I'm getting an echo. Is that on my end?
What? We can't hear it.
Oh, okay. Okay, that's better. But if you have to train yourself that hard that these things are not true or are true about you, then they're probably not true. And you're just creating this additional anxiety and this additional pressure for yourself, because in the amount of time that you're trying to convince yourself that you're not overweight, that you're not going to die an early death because you want to be 200 pounds overweight or whatever it may be, all you're doing, in that time, you could have been losing the weight and then been confident in yourself moving forward. And to add, it's gonna get me canceled, but with the emotions, that's one reason why I think a lot of women don't lead very well, because they want everyone to feel good. Do what you do well, and you keep doing that. You don't have to make other people feel good. But we want everyone to feel included. We want everyone to smile all the time. We want everyone to be happy all the time. This is why emotions bring down so many societies. Because once you start to try to make everyone happy, you have to start making other people less and less happy, because you're taking away things from them. It's extremely subjective. It changes. And I digress. But thank you for the time.
All right, and on that note, we need to go to one of the guys.
Change the layout again.
Change the layout.
Well, if I saw this right here,
let's go, John. Go to John. Go, John.
You see that? If I saw that standing at the bar, how would I know the difference? And that's what a lot of girls dress like now.
Yep,
exactly what they dress like. And those are two street hookers. They are not escorts. Those are street hookers.
I didn't know that. I actually thought that was. I was sitting there like, oh, so that's somebody at the club. That's my first thought.
She's a real prostitute. No, she working. So how the hell do you know the difference? You would just about have to ask, hey, where you'd have to, I'm not gonna come out and say, are you a hooker at first? I'm just gonna kind of build up and just ask
down on a piece of paper and slide it to them.
I'll be able to tell her within a few minutes, because she gonna get you right to the point. Like, if you ain't going down the road, she was like, look, what you want? Oh, what you mean? So yeah, you could ask that question, and I don't know why you're getting offended. If you ain't for sale, then why you got the sign says open. Quit advertising. You advertising. Yeah. I can't tell the difference.
Yeah, that's
All right, CKQ. You know what? E Black.
I'm really like this. I've been, I grew up in a place. I grew up in San Francisco, California. So, I've just seen it all, and you know, I've just seen it all. And a woman, the way they dress doesn't really mean nothing much. Their demeanor means more. So I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I can understand if I go to certain places out in the boondocks. I can understand if I go to some conservative areas. I can understand that. But from where I'm raised, this shit is normal. And it's like, okay, like these women dress the way they want to dress, and we all know the difference. And it's just part of the game. So
And I can sort of understand that because I've been now, and this isn't taken away from anything that you said, but I've been desensitized to a lot of different things. Or I've seen something enough times to where I'm like, you know what? It is what it is. I mean, this is this and that is that. But like,
because let's be honest. That's how many Latina parties I've been to. A lot of Latino parties. These women dress the same. You know what I mean? I've been to a lot of mid-city nights. Clubs. Like I understand the difference between a female who's going out on a night on the town and a female who's on a corner. The behavior is the difference. So
yeah, there's different sex workers though. There's the prostitutes and then there's the escorts. So prostitutes are kind of just blunt, I'm a hoe. Escorts are even, I still put women who are into hookup culture, just go to different places to hook up and have sex night after night after night or whatever. You're still a whore. You're just not getting paid. They get paid in sometimes blunts, drinks, food, attention. All those different things for women is payment.
And I would even go as far as to say, and this does not reflect any of the views of anybody else on this panel, but I would go as far as to say that potentially even girlfriends are prostitutes or escorts, because you have to pay them, you have to take care of them, you have to give them what they require without like an actual relationship or getting those marriage relationship benefits. So just like how a woman can be a girlfriend can be a concubine, she can also be on the level of a prostitute, especially if she has her own place. You have sex with her and you send her on her way, or you do something with her, and like it's not always like a
I guess it depends.
It's not always a transaction. It's not always a transaction. The dirtiest hoes are not the ones that you see on the street all the time, and the ones that are more promiscuous are not the ones that you see in the dresses and the wear. If we're talking about whore and prostitute culture, like I said, it's just one of those things where, like I said, as men, we understand the difference. We understand when women are trying to take advantage of us for our financial gain. So be wary of that. Now, like I said, I've gotten to the point to where I've just respected all people. If I get approached in a certain scenario, whether it be financially or sexually, I handle it accordingly based on my status. My status right now, I'm married. So I'm not entertaining none of that shit. So the fact of the matter is that, do we want our women to be dressing like those that are available? Of course not. Do I think the culture right now, that as it stands, can support that type of behavior? I don't think so. Because right now, let's be honest, bikinis at a certain time were considered whorish. Now you can see a bikini. So I don't know.
I think it depends on culture, and like you have the North who is different from the South, and the East that's different from the West. For me, I don't even think that bikinis is appropriate, only because it's just like another form of lingerie. I mean, you can see everything, and there's nothing left up to the imagination.
Let's have a test. if bikinis are appropriate or not.
Wait. 2 pieces are just fine on the beach.
Let's see though. Like,
But
let's have a test. Men on the panel. If you see a girl in a bikini, nice body, what's your reaction to that? Is it any type of sexual arousal to that? Or are you just like, oh,
yeah, I'll be like immediately, possibly. I go at least working towards it, full attention.
And you trying to see
something that's.
I mean, if we're gonna be honest, and you trying to see if she's sitting there with her legs open, you trying to see.
Yeah,
like you're looking.
Exactly.
If you can get away with it without looking like you staring and making somebody creeped out, you know what I'm saying? If you can kind of glance over there, and
it's not appropriate.
There. I mean, you ain't gonna be like, move out my way. She got her legs open.
Some people might.
Yeah, some
people might. Some people might. But I will be glancing.
No shame.
but let's be honest, men right now, we understand the difference between a chick that's in the beach with a bikini or a chick that's on the boardwalk with the bikini.
Yeah,
we kind of get what's going on. You know, like we understand the standard.
It's a cultural issue as far as that goes. I'm sure you guys who are from Cali, at least from like the beach areas, I mean that's something that's normal. But like somebody who lives in the mountains, who lives in the country, who sometimes goes to the beach, is not necessarily normal for them to see somebody in a bikini. So like I think it's circumstantial type situation. So like what has to be considered is where the person is and what they're really willing for their spouse to be doing. If you're willing for your spouse to walk around not at the beach in a normal area in a bikini, then okay, that's fine. If they're able to walk in downtown cities or in a downtown part of a city in a bikini and you're okay with it, then okay. But if you're saying, oh no, there's only an appropriate area, you have to be at the beach in a bikini. Or if you like, most lingerie is identical to bikinis. If you're okay with your spouse or your girlfriend wearing a bikini around you and your homeboys,
or your daughter,
or your daughter, like my wife was saying, or your daughter,
it should be no different if she walked out in lingerie when they was over at the house.
Yeah,
exactly. While you and your homeboys watching the game.
Because both places are appropriate.
And they all you just like, it's normal, bro. It's cool.
That's the tough circumstances where, you know, especially now. Like, I remember Daisy Dukes was in.
Mm-hmm.
You know, did that mean that you was a hoe? No, it was just fad. So I think it's definitely a fine line. But in terms of teaching women femininity, reservedness. As fathers, of course, we're going to be more protective. So that's it. I don't really have like it's a tough question because, like I said, as me personally, when I see women on the street, I don't consider all of them prospective prostitutes. You know, whether they're dressed or not. I do identify prostitutes, but I don't see the women who are scantily clad. Oh, she's a prostitute. She's a whore. It's like, no, she's probably having a good night on the town. She's hanging loose. She's in college and it's a Thursday night. Oh yeah, she's just chilling. You know.
She's promiscuous. Yeah.
But
it's a promiscuous woman.
That's the point that I was gonna make.
I've been to enough college bars to understand what's going on. Women, they get all dressed up, they fit the mini skirt on, and they go out, but ain't nothing happen.
That's what you think, though. Like, check it. Women act like there's a whole game with women to act very innocent, to act like we're stupid. We don't understand what consequences come with the choices we make. And there's actually women who are coming out trying to give game on YouTube to other women, like, yeah, I played the bad girl card, I played this card, I played the innocent card. The innocent card is the best one because men really believe that these women don't know what they're doing. They don't know what they're innocent. They don't really understand when they put these little skimpy clothes on that they're going to get a certain amount of attention. They're just having fun. They're just girls. Girls just want to be girls. No, girls know what they're doing when they're dressed in a certain way. You are definitely dealing with
that is a great point. That is an excellent point. Excellent point.
And as far as fads go, Like everybody doesn't have to follow after the fads. There's different fads that's come. And like, let's say like one of the ones that is trying to be pushed right now is that men should go after trannies. And I'm like, no, what the hell?
Whoa,
Why do men have to be?
Yeah.
Yes, it's something that's being pushed to this day that men, like, it's discrimination. Why aren't men?
Well, you
going
can say whatever you want, but I date who I want, and I ain't gonna date no man. Like it just ain't. Although,
Oh, hold on now.
hey,
Don't say.
Be careful,
boy,
John. Be careful,
some of them
John.
surgeries, boy, had you fooled up. You messed around and been with a whole
No, they
woman
do.
man and didn't know she was a woman man once was. And boy, I'm
Yeah.
trying to tell
Yeah.
you.
Are you trying to tell
You
some,
mess
John?
around and catch you a post op and she don't say nothing. Boy.
That's
boy.
What are you telling us, John? What are you telling us? Listen, I'm going to show you a
Bruh, I saw one that was so
Just let it go,
fine.
John.
I said, Jesus.
Let it go.
John, your senses,
no,
your
no,
senses
John,
were tricked. It was
we're not-
you were bewitched. It's
It
okay. We won't hold
wasn't
it
your fault,
against
man. It wasn't your fault.
No,
It's not-
The point that I wanted to make earlier was this.
Don't let
Not
John
about
go
that.
down this hole. John,
But the
don't-
point that I wanted to make earlier was this: that the way that you dress, if you look at it from a psychological perspective, see, you can hide things from people, but you can't hide much from somebody who studies psychology. I mean, you study it. Your behavior is going to tell me everything I need to know. Everything. Your body language, your pictures on your profile. I can look at that profile and tell and just about know your mindset. And when a woman is willing to dress provocative, she has a price. You just got to find out what that price is.
Yep.
I promise you, she got a price.
Yeah.
I approached them. I have approached them. I paid for sex before. To me, it's skipping everything because I wanted to go straight to the sex. So I don't care. And these are not active girls who work for it. These are just girls in the bar, but they dress like sluts. And I knew that if I come up with a price, or if I talk to her and she blurts something out, or if I open her up and she talks to me and she tells me something, and I figure out, well, I can solve this problem if you can solve this problem. And at first she's like, what do you think I am? I said, listen, if you don't want the problem solved, that's on you. But you had an opportunity. Well, wait. Well, what you talking about? A conservative woman is a conservative woman, and she thinks as such. She dresses as such. Just look at your panels. Look at the panels we're on. Women who are conservative, look how they dress. Women who are liberal, look how they dress. Women who believe a certain way, look how they dress. You dress how you believe, just like you are what you eat. You dress how you believe. If you believe that way, you will dress more provocative, and you do have just like a stripper. A stripper has a price. A stripper is a prostitute in denial.
Right.
What she says, been to too many strip clubs, they all can be proposition. If you got them big boy pockets, I promise you can hit that number. And at that point, she's a prostitute. Period.
Hey, John, have you ever dated a stripper?
Yes, dated two of them, and I dated an escort.
I dated a stripper too.
I dated two escorts, as a matter of fact.
I don't think E Black was expecting that answer.
I was not expecting the escort part, but
Yeah, I mean, I told you I don't judge nobody.
okay. I was just
Like,
asking.
you know, I can't have that fast rights to poison people. You know what I'm saying? I can't been, I can't. I used to be a dope boy. Like, I can't say, well, I was a dope boy. She sell coochie. I sold drugs, man. I can't just castigate her because, well, I would never date a hooker. What, you sold dope before, right? Well, yeah, that's different. No, but I couldn't stay with her because I just couldn't get past. I just couldn't get past it. She didn't want to stop, and that's what we. But she was a good person, real good, real fun.
Well, I can't agree with that from my situation. I dated one and she was crazy, possibly because of all the DNA inside of her before me. But
a lot of them be on drugs. It's a lot of strippers be on drugs.
Yep, there's that as well.
Yeah, a lot of them be on drugs.
Is there did anybody not respond to the question? If a woman dresses like what is considered to be historically a whore prostitute, either or, is it okay for a man to ask her the question, is she one? I know some of the ladies. I'm not sure if Chris's was really responded, but I think Maddie did. Chris, did you respond to that?
Yes.
All right. So,
CKQ.
I know. Yeah, CKQ. Let's go ahead and bring you up.
With my
You
crappy
don't
camera.
want to hear from me.
No, actually,
You
E-Black's still my spotlight. He already went to the opposite side, so I can't do that anymore. So yeah, I mean, same thing like what Chris was saying, the Dave Chappelle skit. Like you can't walk in a store dressed as a cop and someone says, "Officer, help, please! I need your help," and it's like, "How dare you assume I'm an officer? You can't do that. Like that, it doesn't work like that. Like you're portraying to the world exactly who we like. Image matters. Like for some reason we're like in this society we're pretending like image does not matter. Image matters. How you portray yourself matters. Everyone judges. Everyone judges a book by the cover.
Mhm.
We're all going to be judged by how we perceive ourselves to the world. So if you want to be dressed like a hooker, don't be mad if people treat you as such. Don't be mad if like you don't get married. I mean, if you want to move around like a dope boy, if you want to dress like a dope boy, don't be mad if the cops really want to pull you over every time. Like it just goes hand in hand. You know, I think in this society
They gonna profile you.
I think in this society we do a bad job of telling people that everything's okay, be whatever you want to be, and no one's gonna judge you because in this society we judge the shit out of everyone. So
everyone.
yeah. That's my 2 cents.
All right, John.
Hmm?
Did you already give your input?
Yeah. I went first. Yeah, I went first.
All right, E Black.
He already.
Did you already go?
We already like
He went behind me.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
then,
that rum is kicking in hard right now.
it is.
I can tell we just switched.
It's already gone.
We just switched 3 or 4 different formats.
I had to make sure.
Look,
I had to make sure that everybody
I'll be
had
honest with
the
you.
opportunity.
I've been
I'll be
honest
honest,
with
bro.
you. This has been the funnest stream I've been a part of in like my full YouTube career.
Hold on. Before you say that, don't say that. Because CKQ is on here. And I'm sure other people are listening. So let's not say it's your funnest.
Hey,
let's just say you had fun.
No, this has been fun because trust me, usually I'm very reserved. I got my bow tie on. I'll be chilling. And this was actually a fun thing to where we could just have a dialogue and talk as men, as women. Anytime I get to talk to Maddie and have her input on any of these conversations, I'm all for it. Chris, the same way. CKQ, the same way. John, the same way. So I'm very comfortable, and I think this was a great stream.
And I definitely agree. I already knew what direction, even though I don't necessarily know him, I already knew where John was going to be coming from. But like,
take me off the big screen, please.
But like CKQ, I didn't know that he was going to come out the box like that and be more relaxed. I talked to Chris on Instagram, and I really wanted to invite her after I had made a post on there, and she comments. I'm like, you know what? You got to be on the panel. We gotta talk. We gotta handle this. I'm gonna see if you can answer these other questions. And Maddie, we already been on the on CKQ's awesome YouTube page. Make sure you subscribe. I've already heard your mindset, and me and my wife has watched some of your videos on your page. So in E Black, we already been on a few times together on CKQ. Well, both times that I've been on there. And so I was like, you know what? I gotta hit you guys. And so I'm definitely appreciative that all of you joined and gave your different perspectives. I didn't think that CKQ was going to be so contentious, but I'm glad that he was, because a lot of people would have been contentious, and I was hoping that at least someone would have brought another perspective, in which in different situations, a lot of you have. especially E Black. He had like, and me being from the East Coast and him being from the West Coast, I'm sure that there's different dynamics that are not being considered. So I think it's definitely, I'm fortunate to have you guys on the panel, on my first panel. I got to share this up.
Congratulations, my guy.
Thanks. Come on, stop, guys. Stop.
But this is the reason why. This is the reason why I don't do panels, because I can't stand y'all cats. Y'all,
All right, guys. Before I let you go, because we have to end this, I have to ask one last question. Is if you guys know any, what are some controversial men's issues?
Some controversial men's issues?
Yes.
He's
Now,
trying to go viral now.
Wanting to be a woman?
He's trying to
I'm serious. Wanting to be a woman. Why are so many men wanting to be a woman? You have no idea what it's like to be a woman. So where did you get that from? How do you know you want to be a woman? Is a woman consistent only of breast and lipstick and makeup? There's more to a woman that you just don't have. Even with hormone treatments, you still don't have. You don't have that internal desire to be a mother. You don't have that. You don't have that internal desire to marry and look at it the same way a woman sees it. Like, so why are so many men wanting to be women?
That's what I think.
Why do you not want to be in that male masculine role?
I think that there's a difference between a woman and a female. And we can often, if a man is acting soft, another dude would say, man, you're acting like a female. He won't say you're acting like a woman. He'll say you're acting like a female, which is defined by characteristics, and woman is defined by gender. I think that what's being taught or what's being given to a lot of men is those female characteristics. His role model in his life is only a woman. So this woman is not going to start acting like a man around her son. She's going to act like a woman. And he's picking up all these different things, absorbing it through his eye gates. And like, oh, you know what? This is how I'm supposed to act. And this is how grown people are. So he's seeing this woman, because a lot of mothers are single mothers. And I would say in some cultures, even in the Black cultures, around like 60 to 70% of women are single mothers. So like these men are taking this information in, and it's creating their perspective. So they're going towards feminine type mentality. And so I think that is the issue. But I digress. I know other people want to jump on that, on controversial for men issues.
Anybody else? Because I got one.
Go ahead, E Black.
All right. Tricking is really a fallacy in the men's world. Tricking is a fallacy. You know, whatever you spend with your money is really your amount of money that you want to spend. That's a controversial thing. A lot of people say tricking if you got it. I'm like, bruh. Yes.
What is I thought tricking was when somebody exchanges sex for money. What is tricking for? Why?
That is my point. That is my point. Tricking is literally the exchange of if it's $40, I give you $40 and I come back. Everything else is not tricking, in my opinion.
And eventually it becomes like tricking, even if a person is like giving money. The end goal is sex. But you were saying?
No, my perspective of tricking was different. I thought tricking was like simp behavior that they don't get really anything in return. They just keep investing, hoping that they'll get something. And sometimes she'll throw them a little bit of a bone or something. But I thought tricking was
really that is tricking. That's the original, but it's being used. That is tricking because you've been tricked out of your money.
Yeah, I'm using 2.0 version. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
How it's used is what me and E Black both talking about. Like pay for exchange. Like that's Somehow
Oh,
I'm thinking it changed meanings, but that's how I've been used to it
Yeah,
being.
in today's terms, tricking means any type of like if I take you out on dinner.
oh, really?
Yes.
Oh shit! I
Yeah.
sure was not talking about the same thing you was talking
No,
about.
no, no, no. Come on now. People will be like, "Oh, you took a girl out on dinner. That's you a trick now. You bought her
Mm.
food. You a trick now." It's
Because you
like,
ain't gonna get nothing in return.
Yeah, I
yeah,
can see if it's like that, like a girl that's way out of your league, but you're emptying your bank account just to try to prove that you can be something for her. Like that's tricking to me too. Like why are
Yeah,
you
I can see that.
fronting?
yeah. But
Yeah.
that's not really tricking. That's like tricking to me is literally paying for sex. Everything else is just
Oh,
courting. Like I don't care if a girl is out of my league if I have the opportunity to do it. But then there's simping. I don't want to get into it, but that's controversial in the man world in which
yeah.
a lot of people kind of gauge it. Like I said, if I was dating a girl and I bought my girl a car to get back and forth to work, that's not tricking.
Yeah, no, that's your girl.
Yeah,
If she's
thank
committed
you.
to you, you can do whatever you want when somebody's committed to you.
Yep.
That's a
Exactly.
good man, not a trick, really.
Yeah, that's my point. So a lot of people call that tricking.
Hmm.
So it's tricking is like I said, to me, in my opinion, tricking is literally the exchange for sexual favors. But for the
Okay.
most part, tricking is not what people are making it out to be now. Which I may take you out to the Bahamas. Like, okay, if dude want to do that, that's what he want to do.
Right. Okay, yeah, they're trying to just shun men from doing stuff for women or trying
Yeah.
to. Yeah,
Mhm.
I get it.
All right. So CKQ, you got anything?
Well, the obvious one that everyone keeps missing is the gender pay gap. All right.
Mm.
So we need
Ooh.
to discuss that.
Now, and this is for men, right?
Yeah, yeah. I would make a dollar to every what is it? What is it that's always spewed?
Women make 80, or white women make 80 cents on the dollar,
80. Yeah.
and then black women make 60 cents on the dollar
Oh wow.
to a man.
And I'm gonna guess that this is suggesting that the man makes $1.
Yes.
Well,
Yeah.
let's say like through the different certificates or licenses that I've had,
Oh,
whether
you
it
can't
be
you can't combat that yet. That's
like
just a controversial topic.
well, yes, and I can
Who else?
understand that, and the reason why I'm even bringing up the different things that I've come up with, like let's say as an EMT, automatically I was already told that hey, you're gonna make more money than these women because it's not common for men to be an EMT, or like it's more common for them to be a paramedic or something like that. Or if you decided to go and be a nurse, you would get paid more money because you are a man. And then, like, let's say with this paralegal thing that I'm in now, like I was told by my professor that due to me just being a man, and it's not common that men are in this job as a paralegal, it's dominated by women. I would get paid more just because they're looking for certain aspects from men in that area. And it was the same thing when I went even to get a license as a cosmetologist. Like they were like, "Hey,
Good license.
you being a man in this arena, you're gonna get paid a lot more because women love getting this done by men. They love doing this. They like you're just gonna be banking off of this because you are a man." And I can understand it from that perspective. But overall, the gender pay gap, I think that I don't think that there's actually a gender pay gap. Now, and that's just my perspective. I think that if a woman wants a job, let's say like construction, there may be a gender pay gap in construction for women, but that's primarily
Yeah, they won't
because
even most
women
of
aren't
them
going
hire
to
a
be sitting
woman.
there shoveling.
I'll tell
Women
you
are
right
not going to.
now, the only gender pay gap when it comes to women in any kind of laboring field is that they get paid more right off the bat.
Oh, then yes, I agree with that.
Yeah.
Overall,
that whole thing has been debunked many times by
Yeah.
Well, the gender pay gap does exist, but the reasons for why it exists have been debunked. So people are saying that men get paid more simply on the basis that they're men, and women don't because they're women. The
Right.
issue was there are plenty of factors. The first one is men typically are more likely to negotiate their salary. Women are more agreeable. They're compromisers. They typically don't go for jobs where they don't meet like 70% or more of the qualifications, whereas men will go for jobs where they meet 40% of the qualifications. So they're more willing to take the risk of going to a job where they're more likely to be paid more. They're going to take that risk and just apply for it and see what happens, and they can get it. And then so just by them getting a higher level job, they're going to be paid more. And then also men typically work more hours than women as well. I think on average men work 42 hours and women work 36 hours, and they weren't taking that into account when they were determining the pay gap. And so they were saying, oh, men make more, but men work more. And then also men in nursing specifically, they go into fields that are highly paid, like anesthesia. There's nurses in surgery. They're more involved in that part of things, whereas the women want to be more so in the caring aspects, where they're not dealing as much with they're not in the areas that are higher paid because they want to be around the people, and that's not scalable necessarily.
And then traveling. A lot of
Men are more
travel nurses, because women, they
Yes.
don't really want to travel from state to state like that.
They're more likely to move for work, and then you get paid more if you're willing to
And then
move for work.
flight nurses get paid more.
Yeah. So the pay gap exists, but it's not. Gender is a very, very small percentage, and typically it's what you were saying was just supply and demand. Men are just rare, and they want to incentivize men to do it.
Well, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but not only that, men are more likely to be providers of the family. So we're more or less looking for the higher bang for our buck for our employment. So rather than the feeling of our employment. So
and a woman is gonna need off before a man will.
Of course.
That's who stays at home with the kids. I don't know why everybody got quiet. I've never seen a man ask to get off from any kind of leave dealing with the kids that's sick. They know we don't ask off for that.
Well,
get out with mom or somebody else or a best friend, but I ain't missing work.
I can say
the
only instance that I've seen as far as that goes, if a child has cancer or some type of really bad illness, a father will get off of work so he can spend time with his child. But unless it's something that's gravely important,
I'm talking about just a regular flu season. This child done got sick. Mama is coming home and she gonna be with that. I've seen women lose jobs over that. I've seen people. I've worked with women who they was never at work. It seemed like because they had a child that was real sick, they was always out. Out of however many work days they may have worked, I don't know, 45 or 55% of those work days in a year that the child was so sick, or somebody or one of the children was sick. Sometimes I couldn't even get relieved because of a child issue, or I dropped them off late, or got to go pick them up.
Because
all of that weighs into me figuring out what I'm going to pay you when I hire you. All of that.
Yeah, because when I first started working my job, I never used any of my doctor pay. I never used none of my sick time. I was my company, I know whatever benefits I was getting, they was getting the bag because I never went to the doctor. I was never sick. I was good. The moment I got married and got my wife, OBGYN, other things, 3 or 4 things, they would burn my insurance up.
Yep. And that's also how it was for me when I was in the Army. They would sit there, they would have to actually and it was in my unit, there was mainly dudes there, and they would force us to take sick leave because we've accrued 2 months of leave from building up because we don't take leave. And so that further just I guess pushes towards the narrative that men don't often take leave because they're willing. It's almost in their DNA to want to work and to continue working. But for women, their natural thing is to take care of the house. Not saying that they have to stay in the house, but they care about the family They care about the children.
Like
And
that's more important to a woman. Whereas a man, his job is, even though we don't want to say it, and you'll get castigated for saying it, but their job is oftentimes really more important than what's going on at the house, especially when you married and you got a capable spouse who can handle what's going on at the house. Be like, hey, listen, I ain't got time to think about that right now. Can you handle it? Yeah, okay then. It's not like it don't matter, but I can't focus on that right now. I'm gonna need you to handle that part right there and let me worry about this check.
Yeah, because the man is also doing something that's very important for the family too, trying to provide. So that kind of trumps his, mindset. But women, we can't really even function or think right if our child is going through something. It's very stressful for us. So like men sometimes complain about women who what they perceive show more love to children or baby, be all just, when a woman has a child, she's all in with that child.
She changed.
Yeah, because literally last week, like maybe it may have not been the last week, but it was a couple of weeks ago. My little girl woke up. She was like, "Oh, my tummy hurt." I was like, "Girl, if you don't get your butt up and go to school, because we only got so many. It's like September. We only got so many days of. She's entering the first grade. You only got so many days of sick leave. It's already COVID. Y'all falling behind already, and but her mom was more or less like, okay. I'm like, no, get her up, make her drink a 7-Up or something. like what are we doing?
Yeah.
like it's a different mentalities, and it's nothing wrong.
Completely different.
It's nothing wrong. We're not griping at women. We're just
you need that balance because you got to talk about stuff like that, like and analyze it because the child very well may be faking it, and they might not be, and the father might need to, understand like that she's going through something. She came home
just like any other day. Oh, yeah. Hey, daddy. I'm like.
You was good. Yeah.
I was like, okay, so what happened to your tummy? Well, I was okay, but I didn't
yeah. Everything's so amplified with children too, though, because they go through it might hurt a little bit, tummy upset, they got gas, they gotta go to the bathroom, and they'll complain about it like it's the worst thing ever. So you kind of have to just analyze it.
CK don't understand yet. CK, why?
I'm gonna hold off on that for a while. I'm okay with that.
Man, I can't wait till he get a baby. I swear to God, and I hope it's a little boy too. Ooh, he gonna change so much. Oh my God,
bro.
Yeah. Hey, CKQ, I'm gonna change.
What's that?
You gonna get you a girl? I'm telling you right now. You better stop.
Whatever is gonna be on the podcast with him and everything. He'll be sitting right there on his lap. I'm talking about tell him, boy. Tell him what it is. It's showtime. That's right. High five, son.
Someday. Just not today.
You better start early. You better get it as soon as possible.
It's not within the next 9 months.
Nah, he building. He focused.
Exactly.
Yeah. I know CK. He focused. But I'm telling you, them knees ain't focused.
Then what?
Them knees ain't focused. When you gotta pick them little kids up and you gotta run behind them.
Well, that's why I gotta be focused now. So give me 10 years.
Hey, stick to it, man. I think I trump everybody as far as children goes, man. Hey, focus on yourself. Get what you need.
Thank you. Yes.
Stick to what you're doing and wait until you're ready.
And travel a lot, because boy,
definitely enjoy yourself.
Tickets cost a lot of money.
Because me and my wife, we traveled a couple years ago. I mean, granted, circumstances pushed us towards that, but we stayed in vacation rentals doing BR&B, like going down the coast on the East Coast and then staying in the mountains, staying in the country. We're just really trying to figure out where we wanted to live and what type of setting we want to live in. And our family was envious of us, like, hey, you guys are staying in these big, beautiful houses, vacation rentals. We want to be just like you. And it wasn't necessarily even expensive to do. But if I can suggest anything, man, enjoy your life while you don't have children. Children aren't a bad thing, but you can definitely enjoy yourself better without children.
I'm going to say this, though, because just rewinding back to what we were just talking about, how men typically don't take vacation days or don't use any of that stuff. I'm one of those people that are starting to learn now, only now, like within the last couple of months, like, okay, I have to start using my vacation days. So now I'm like, okay, I got to start learning how to like travel and do all of that stuff, because if all I ever thought about was working, which is all I've ever done, now it's like, all right, what do I do outside of not working?
Well, even for me and my wife, like traveling got old. Like having a lot of all fun. Like we was traveling. Like when we was at the beach for like 6 months. Going to different houses, living in different types of houses. And it was fun, but it got old. It got real old because we wanted somewhere that was stable, that we can stay for a whole year or even more.
Yeah.
And that's not what we was doing. We was every month we moved to a new place and lived in another place. So like it and then it went to a point I'm like, I want to go on work, man. I'm tired of having fun all the time. This
So
is
let me
not what
let
I
me ask
want.
you this: a question to the panel. Do you think do you think as you get older, you doesn't necessarily need to travel the world to have enjoyed your life?
I
Ooh,
think you
that's
should
a tough question.
enjoy. I don't know if traveling necessarily is like a major point in enjoying your life. If you want to travel, go ahead, but it does give you diversity so that you can actually know, hey, this is how it is over here, and I live a better life than that. Hey, I can say that my life is not that bad because I visited over here and they got it worse than me. I think it gives like a different perspective, but I'll let somebody else go on that.
Let me say this. Once you get a child, your priorities change. As a man, you say, "Oh, I want to visit Rome." I've always wanted to go to Germany, Berlin. I wanted to go to South Africa, see Zimbabwe. I wanted to. There's a lot of things that I want to do. Once you see a child in the world, it's your focus immediately changes. So your question is, as a single person, whether that vision can change. Yes, you can want to see all the things in the world, but once you get a child and that child becomes a product of the United States or wherever you have the child, your vision changes, or it
I
should
think it's,
change. I don't know. For you, might not change,
I
but
think
for me, it changed because I wanted to build the best black child. You get what I'm saying?
I get what you're saying. I think we're talking about two different things though, because for me, I'm not someone who necessarily needed to. Stability is where I find happiness.
I never needed stability either, bro. I'm the wildest dude. You
No,
you
no, no.
don't
That's what I'm saying.
understand. I'm
Listen,
the wildest guy you ever known, man.
but that's
Trust
what I'm
me.
saying. I don't have kids. I don't have any of that stuff. But that is what I find fulfilling: stability.
Yeah.
If I have things set up in place, and if my life is going to be moving in a good direction, that I know that within the next 10 years I don't have to worry, I'm happy with that.
I think
Traveling and all that stuff, to me, that doesn't mean anything because it doesn't produce anything for me.
I
What
think
about
that
everybody
overall,
else?
that's men. We enjoy stability and having that harmonious like type lifestyle to where everything is stable. And I think that whenever things get a little finicky, that's where men start complaining, like, oh, like, ah, man, I can't do this, I can't do that. All of these different things are coming against me. They become like the nagging wives. But you were saying?
Oh, nothing. Yeah, I think that I don't know if it's a gender thing. Women, we desire security and stability too. We don't like when the foundation is shaky. That's why it's best for men to get their foundation straight before even trying to have a family, because we can be under a lot of stress when we feel like things are just not secure.
And you will
So
feel that stress. I'm telling you, you will
yeah.
feel that stress from her. So
Mhm.
why? So as a
So
man,
stay
like,
single.
yeah. So no, no, no.
Until
I
you
don't.
get some
No.
stability.
Find you a woman and make a deal with her. But all I'm saying is that, if you want to travel, go travel. But understand that this shit ain't gonna be stable. There's no point in which your life is gonna be stable to where you can be optimal at your ultimate peak. So just be happy, find you a woman, make a deal with her, settle down. And if you want to go to Zimbabwe, if you want to do that, go there. If you don't make it, then dream about it. But that's
I can agree with that. Whatever you want to do, try to go forward. And if you can't make it, don't start complaining about it. Either continue going forward or just let it go and try to find some, or try to bring Zimbabwe to where you are.
Or be content and be happy.
Yeah, be happy with what you got. But if is there anyone who did not answer the question? Because it's hit over 4-hour mark. CKQ usually ends his by this time, and he looking half asleep.
It is almost 2 a.m. in the morning over here. I'm holding on barely.
So I don't want to keep everybody on. So is there anyone who did not answer the question?
Or who wants to answer the question?
I was just going to add the patriarchy. That's controversial. The idea, if it exists, and if it's oppressive towards women, and everything that a man does that's positive, it's because of the patriarchy, not because he's worked hard.
Yeah, you're opening up a whole nother can of worms that can be talked on. We should save that for the next.
You done open up another 30 minutes of conversation. But we'll
I love Chris. I'm telling you, Chris is the bomb. I don't care what nobody said.
Yeah, I don't care what nobody say about her either.
You just said that about Maddie, though.
Maddie's the bomb too, y'all. This is not a monarchy. This is not one single female can hold the crown. Like we have lots of crowns in this place.
Most deaf.
Like
all right,
Cap.
guys.
We have a lot of Cap in this place.
Stop the cat.
But yeah, guys. All right, so I'm definitely gonna have to end it before we create another conversation and go on to another topic. I would like to thank everyone for joining me. If you can, I would like to go back again, and everybody, just like what CKQ does on his. Thanks for the model that I've been trying to follow and create and put my own spin on things. If eBlack, if you can tell us where people can find you, and whatever else you want to give us.
Yo, you can find me on all platforms. Search for eBlack TV, and I appreciate you inviting me. Not only that, I appreciate you inviting me for your first panel, and that's all love. So I appreciate that. So I wish you good luck on many of your adventures.
Most def. Thank you. All right, next in the line, Maddie.
Thank you for inviting me, and I will be on time next time. So please invite me again because I'll make it. I forgot what Eastern Standard Time was. But you can follow me at Maddie Diane on YouTube, and I'm starting a new segment called The Millennial Neighbors. So check it out and see you next time.
Awesome. John.
You can find me on. Thank you again for inviting me, and like Madison said, hey, I'll be on time next time. I don't know how this happened, but anyway, you can find me at Black Wall Street Trading LLC on YouTube or on Instagram at John Cornelius 8770 on Instagram. And thanks again for having me on your first podcast. It went really well. Thank you so much.
Most deaf. Miss Help Me.
Hey, y'all, you can find me at Miss Help Me on YouTube and Instagram. You can also shop with me at etsy.com/shop K Treasures LLC.
Awesome. Chris.
Hello, my name is Chris. You can find me on YouTube at The Blooming Ebony and on Instagram at The Blooming Ebony. And thank you so much, Ida, Chris, for having me on. This was so much fun. I didn't know this was your first live until you mentioned it. I thought you did really well. The questions were great. So thank you again.
Awesome. Thank you. CKQ.
How you doing? My name's Clement. this was a really great panel for your first one. Honestly, you did a really good job narrating, and the questions were like well thought out. So this was amazing. To anyone watching, like and subscribe to the channel. I'm Clemens, the host of CKQ Podcast Show. I go live every once a week. Going to be Tuesdays now at 8:30 p.m. Eastern, where I bring men and women on the panel and we talk gender dynamics and how it plays in bigger society. I'm really tired and I cannot put my words together at all right now. This is embarrassing. You can take the camera off me now.
See, now imagine a 2-year-old with that. See.
And I am Montavious, or I digress. And my channel is Law Libraries, Audiobooks, and Discussions, where we discuss different law topics and rights and privileges of everybody within this country, and also different ways that we can change or benefit from the system. You can check me out on I Digress 1 on Instagram, and that's about it. We thank you all for joining us on this panel, and we hope that anyone who's watching this subscribe to the different guys. We're going to put their information once they send it to me onto the comment section or the description. Thank you for watching. Peace and love.
Peace.